Okay, so we have that. Someone say something. Okay, so we have
Oh,
that.
shit.
Someone say something.
Got it.
Who the fuck was that? You, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Infinity Circuit. Thanks for that.
So yeah, 6 foot guy, about average build, hair and facial hair is very unkempt, but he doesn't look dirty. He just looks like he doesn't really put much attention into his appearance. Um, it's just above his collar, you can see some tattoos that these two would have seen at some point. Pretty much cover almost his entire body, different writings and symbols and everything that seem to not even be all of the same origin or language or anything like that. It's just all different um, types of symbols all over and everything. Some of them are branded. Some look like normal tattoos. He is about. He's usually carrying around, like he doesn't carry much with him, but besides the newspaper, he's got his Bible tucked under his arm, and he's got this rosary, but instead of just like a standard just cross on, like any other rosary, he has multiple different religious symbols all over this thing. Um, so he seems, like he's seen some shit, basically.
All right. So as I said, he walks into the kitchen holding a newspaper, and for the sake of everything botching out before, um, he looks down at Gates and Emily, who has joined him at the table at this point. Real quick again, go ahead and describe Gates.
Um, 20-ish-year-old, taller than average, athletic build, military cut with a comb over, plain clothing, black shirt, torn up jeans, scuffed sneakers.
And go ahead and describe Emily.
So she is about average height, average-ish build, long brown hair, usually up in a ponytail, jeans, boots, not like the fancy girly boots, but like functional boots.
And by now you would know, Emily, that when Padre comes in the room with a paper in his hand and he has that look on his face that he's found something, which Gates, you might not be quite as familiar with this just yet. Um, Padre, you were going through the paper and you came across a story of this hospital in this small town in Montana. And the thing that kind of caught your attention with it, even though it was buried, 3, 4 pages down, was there have been a series of deaths surrounding people at this hospital. But the peculiar thing about it is that it's the spouses of the people working at this hospital that have died. And so far, there have been 4 reported deaths. The article continues to tell you how there have been no links between them other than the hospital. All of the deaths seemed like accidents. And it's just one of those things that they just chalk up to bad luck in a small town.
All right. He just kind of tosses the paper down between the two of them, and you'll see the article is circling, looks like red marker. And he goes and takes a seat and says, "Take a look at that."
Emily will immediately grab the paper and start reading.
Yep. And as you do, you just pick up on things that that were previously mentioned there. That there have been 4 deaths related to members of the hospital, all within a week of one another. One was the husband of a radiologist. One was the boyfriend of an ER nurse. One was the husband of a security guard. And one was the wife of the dean of medicine.
What sort of time frame between these 4 deaths are we seeing here?
All within a week. Within a calendar week, this has all happened.
Like, is there like a specific spacing between them? Like,
The article doesn't say. The article simply says that it happened all within a week.
After scanning the article, then Emily would grab a computer and start looking to see if she could find more information on this hospital or these events.
Sure, okay. Go ahead and give me a research roll, please.
maybe I don't need to assist. Got it.
She still brought her same dice with her.
No, I just got all the bad rolls out of the way earlier when I was, so.
I gotta kill some of this dead air. I won't put that music back on.
Sorry, I just distracted the dog.
I just gotta make sure I turn it down so it's not too loud. All right, so Gates. Project comes in, throws that paper down, points to it. You see it circled. Emily grabs it, starts reading it immediately, and then, without saying anything, she just goes, grabs her laptop, and immediately begins clicking away at this. What do you do?
After she goes and starts going on the computer, Gates is gonna grab it and like look at it. He's like, "How can you be sure? What? I don't understand."
Seems awfully convenient, don't you think?
That's all we have to go off of, though.
Sometimes that's all we have for a lead.
All right.
If it winds up just being a weird coincidence, then so be it. But it's worth checking into.
Okay.
Yeah, so Emily, through your research, you were pretty quick to find information on this. Given that this newspaper article is fresh, you were able to find the actual paper, the online article of the same one that you have the actual physical paper of, and that kind of spiraled into more research. You found out that it is at the St. Agnes Hospital. It is a small hospital by like big city standards, but for the area that it's in, it's the largest one around. Through some of the articles that you've read and comments and things like that, anecdotally, hospitals are packed right now. More people in there than usual. So the hospital's been at max capacity, even despite the news that was going on about all this. The deaths that you've seen all happened within a calendar week, as I said. The first one happened on a Sunday. The second one happened on a Monday. And then the third one didn't happen until a Thursday. And the fourth one just happened on Friday, which was yesterday. So the 4 deaths that you've seen, they don't appear to have a pattern, but it is something that is ramping up quickly. It's gotten people nervous, and because you got a raise on this, you've also found that the area there of Hillsboro, Montana, has had a bit of bad luck for a while now. It all started with the government grant for that hospital being shut down. So the new wing that they were building on it has been left vacant and under construction for about 6 months now. And everybody at the hospital is on edge. They have a pediatric unit that is the only one for the entire county that they are in. And the news of these deaths have put everybody additional stress on an already stressed out faculty.
Is there anything mentioned about, like, conditions of the body, causes of death, anything that was similar between them that she found?
No. So that's the peculiar thing about it. With you getting a raise on the research, so you were able to find the cause of death of these people, and all of them seem like accidents. None of them are related to one another. So one of the people ended up falling out of the upstairs window when they were they said they were going upstairs to change and ended up falling out of their window somehow. The only person that was home was the dean of medicine, who was immediately considered a suspect. But after they did the interviews and they checked everything for it, there was nothing to hold that. And his wife was the first. Then after that, one person drowned in a bathtub. One person had an allergic reaction. And then the last person, which was the most recent one, actually died from blood loss. They apparently broke a glass cup and ended up cutting themselves on it and bled before they could actually get any assistance.
Okay, well then, Emily will kind of give the highlights of that verbally while she's continuing to look. I'm not really finding a connection yet, but it's still weird. I think it's worth looking into.
You're on mute, John.
There we go. We need to find out what happened just before this week that would have started this. Does it say if this hospital was built on any sort of sacred ground or anything?
Nothing that you could find suggested that, no. And the hospital itself is over 75 years old, and it's never had incident up until the grant fell through.
So the only thing that I can figure, possible restless spirit. Something that maybe something that happened there, and this spirit can't rest. But I'm sure your computer wizardry can't tell me anything about patient medical records there without being at the actual hospital, right?
No. But it might not necessarily be a spirit. It could... I feel like I remember reading something... let's see, hold on. To know something. Maybe something that feeds on fear? I don't know.
Something that feeds on fear.
I mean, with this area of the hospital being left empty for months, there's definitely potential for something moving in.
Guess we won't know for sure until we go there and see if we can get close enough to look for ourselves. It's what you think.
Sure. If you guys say it's worth checking out, nowhere else to go.
Alright. How far is that hospital from here?
From where you guys currently are, it's about a 2-day drive under ideal conditions.
Alright. Well, we should pack up and go if we have that far to go. The more time we spend just getting there, we may end up with another death on our hands in the meantime. Alright. Pack up what you need. I'll just start first drive.
Okay.
Gets up and heads to his room to get his stuff.
So I know that the pastor already has his inventory packed up. Do you two have your inventory already packed with what the stuff that you want?
Yeah, I got like a military rucksack thing just with essentials.
I got a couple of things, but not... I don't know. No, probably not enough stuff.
Okay, you should definitely do that.
Yeah, well, I don't know what... This is fine.
And just because we already brought this up, I'm going to go ahead and put a laptop in your inventory. All right, and while you guys are putting that all together, how do you plan on doing the drive? Is one person going to be the dedicated driver? Are you guys going to take turns?
Gonna drive until I get tired, and then if someone else is able to switch off, great. If not, then we will rest somewhere.
Haven't really had to drive in like 5 years. Just get in the back of the Humvee and I go.
It's alright, the two of us can handle it. Oh, what to put in my inventory?
Oh, were you able to secure those fake IDs in case we need to, like, pose as doctors or nurses or something?
Is that...
What what means did you go about trying to get fake IDs?
We just called our person.
Your person? Who's your person?
You know the guy, Cliff.
Yeah, the guy who answers the phones when, like, you call this number, and it's our supervisor at the FBI.
So who's that guy? I didn't know you guys had one of those guys.
Well, I mean, if Padre's been hunting for 10 years, of course he's got a guy. So,
Oh.
Padre, what's your guy's name? Tell me about your guy.
We don't do names. His name is Mr. Green.
Mr. Green, you said?
Yes.
And what's Mr. Green's specialty?
He can get that for you.
Just anything, huh?
That. He got that.
All right. Someone's gonna need to spend a penny on this one.
We haven't got our bennies or adventure cards yet.
Well, then I guess you guys can't do this.
I mean, it's either we guy or Emily's gonna be hacking something.
I'll spend it.
All right. So.
I'll just go with a toolkit and say it's got my standard, like, everyday hunting tools in it.
Sure.
Things that I would take, like salt and... Okay, got a toolkit.
Sure, that works. All right, so you guys were trying to get Mr. Green to get you guys some fake IDs. Let's have a little fun with this. We'll make the three of you do this. For you to be able to get these IDs, three things are going to happen, and you guys get to choose. Only one person can roll a skill each. 3 skills, 3 people, so you guys have to decide who does what.
Okay.
Mr. Green is going to need some persuasion, because, you know, you guys aren't typically the richest people, so, you know, a lot of this is going to be on credit. He's going to need either an electronics or a research roll to be able to find someone who can get these for him. And then he's also going to need a repair roll so he can create these. So who's going to be doing the persuasion roll?
I got persuasion.
Okay. Who's going to be doing either the electronic or the research roll?
I can do electronics.
Okay. So that means that, Sin, you are doing the repair roll.
Yep.
So go ahead and do your respective rolls.
Okay, I like it.
All right.
These are good.
So, what was the fake IDs you were trying to get? What were the fake IDs you were trying to get?
To look like we are staff of the hospital. Padre obviously gonna go for like just the like the designated minister for the chapel of the hospital. Keep it nice and simple for him. And then whatever the two of them want. That's where you guys say what you do.
Yeah.
Okay, well then Emily will be a lab technician. Work in the morgue. You just haul the bodies around.
I can do that.
Hey.
All right. So you call him up, and he answers, and he's like, "Padre, I didn't think I'd be hearing from you again this soon."
Yeah, well, I need to call in that favor. Seems we're going
Give me a reaction roll off the tables.
tables. When I click on it, comes up blank.
You might have to go into library modules.
Library, no modules. Oh, here we are.
And you might have to load the player's guide. Or actually, you know what? I might have to share this with you guys again.
Pops up for me.
Reactions. Okay.
Yeah, it pops up for me. Just gotta load the modules.
Okay. So you say, "Got to call in that favor." He goes, "This is the last one. You still owe me for the last two."
Oh, you know I'm good for it.
All right. What is it?
Got some people dying at this hospital here in Montana. He gives the name of the hospital.
Yep.
We need to be able to get in there. We need some IDs to make us look like staff so we can get a little closer to what's going on.
All right. And when do you need them by?
It's going to take us about 2 days drive to get there.
All right. That's cutting it close. Do you have an address that I can send it to?
He goes over and kind of like spins Emily's laptop around and reads off the address to him.
You want me to just have them shipped to the hospital?
Well, find something in the area, motel or something, ship it there. Let me know which one, we'll stop there.
All right. I'll send you a text.
God bless you, my child.
Click.
All right. I'll be in the car waiting on you. He gets his bag and starts heading out to the car.
Is it Sophie? It's not Sophie?
What?
Every time I'm like, I'm gonna go do something too, I'm like, so Sophie's gonna. No, not Sophie. We're not Sophie today. So Emily's gonna finish up making sure all of her little hunting tools, her basics, standard toolkit is loaded up and head to the car.
All right.
Gates got his shit packed, so anything else that we've been traveling with us, he grabs, loads the car.
All right. So you guys pile into the car and start making your journey. Seems how there's two of you that are going to be doing it. Who wants to be the roller and who wants to be the supporter?
I got a 6 in driving.
Same. So
Okay. I'll
support. It's fine.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and make that drive roll with a +1.
Ooh, shit.
You're encumbered?
Yeah, why does it say I'm encumbered?
Because you're probably
Gonna
encumbered.
carry the car.
Because you were over by 1 pound.
According to the thingy, I wasn't, but
Um,
the builder said I wasn't.
let me see if I can. Let me see if moving things around will change anything.
I figure he put some of his stuff in the trunk. It's not all on his lap.
Nah,
Right.
you don't know him.
If you guys need anything and you don't want to carry it, I got you. Like, literally, I got you. I could probably carry more than this car.
We'll say that for now your crowbar is in the trunk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, give him the crowbar.
Or you can give it to him if you want to. For now, it's in the trunk. So we'll say it's not carried. So that's still a 3. You still failed, but.
Right.
Well, with a +1, that's a 3. But with a +1, it should have been a 4.
Whoa. Oh, and encumbrance is -2.
Encumbered
Oh,
is
okay. Yeah, no,
-2.
that should have been okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Let me give you that Benny back.
okay.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll say, do you want to do a success or do you want to do the success with the raise?
I'll stick with the success. I feel like we're gonna need these bennies.
Okay. Okay. All right, then you guys head out. And like I said, it's about a 2-day drive there. Road conditions are actually clear. What are you guys doing to pass the time during the drive? I mean, obviously, you know, Padre's driving, so like, what's everybody else doing?
Looking.
I'm having that. I was just gonna say I'm having that same issue. Every time I'm gonna talk, I'm like, X is.
Well, Emily's probably looking things up on a phone, just looking through whatever. Just trying to see if there's any information, keep track of if any other deaths pop up at this hospital while she's not driving. Sleep
Gates
while
is
she's not driving. If she's gonna take over.
talking to whoever's up at the time, just asking questions and probably like basic questions that he should probably know. And whenever Emily's looking stuff up on the phone, he just keeps repeating like, just say it out loud. So I know what kind of information I should be looking for.
So, I mean, given the fact that you have had fairly traumatic things happen to you fairly recently, I mean, are you trying to get any specific information from Padre on like anything?
I guess given his hindrances, he's just like what if we run into this? Like, how do we kill it? It's always how do we kill this thing, or how do we kill this thing, or how do we hurt this thing?
So as he asks those questions, Padre's gonna dig into his bag and he's gonna pull out this old, beat up, nasty looking book. It's about as thick as a Bible, but definitely not. And he, as you ask these questions, he just says, "Your answers are in there." And every page, like there is just these different diagrams and drawings of these different creatures and any details that he's gathered over the years about them.
No kind of research at all. So he's like looking at the picture. He's looking at the pictures. Yeah, he's looking at the pictures, and as he's on the picture, he's like, "Okay, how do we hurt this thing?" Without like just skimming through the page that he's on.
He's like, keep reading.
Right.
All right. So you guys arrive. You cross the border into Montana early morning on the second day, and you receive a text shortly after 9 a.m. that basically has a address on it to this motel, and it just says sent there ask for the time.
And he looks at it and then clicks off the phone and just keeps driving.
All right. So a couple hours later, you guys arrive in Hillsboro, Montana, and you drive to the motel that was texted you to the address, and it's one of those like chain motels that has just the outside access to it. There's no lobby, no nothing. There's the main office, which is a detached building on the left side of the parking lot. And then there's just a strip of 10 units that are all together. And it's all, I guess it's super basic.
Okay. It's gonna park from the office and so say, wait here, and gets out and heads in.
What are you wearing right now?
He's got his like priest clothes on and everything, but he's got this huge like basically trench coat over it.
Is like the collar still visible?
Not unless he unbuttons the top.
Okay. So yeah, you walk in and there's just this bored-looking middle-aged woman behind the desk. Your move, Padre.
So yeah, he will approach and says, "Excuse me, but do you have the time?"
She like looks over the magazine that she's reading. She's chewing gum with her mouth open. She's like, "Don't you have a cell phone? It's 12:37.
Was there a package delivered here?
We get a lot. Oh. You don't look much like a priest."
He buttons this coat and pulls out a cross.
She goes, okay, I get it. 1 second. And she like goes over to these square mailboxes that are on the side and in the bottom slat. She just kind of pulls this out, and she looks at this like manila envelope, and she's like, "At least you got a sense of humor." And she slams it down on the thing.
He picks it up.
It's addressed to Father Time.
Hilarious. And he takes one of the little business cards of the motel, takes a pen, writes a scripture on it, and then slides over to her like, "Have a good day, child." Then walks out.
Thank you, Father.
And he gets back in the car and opens up the envelope and checks to see what they got.
Yep. So you have an ID with your picture on it, and it says Father Christopher Time. And then you have 2 badges that are for the hospital. One of them is for Carla Barnes, and the other is for Peter Noble. And both of them have the actual slide security scan on it, so you can get into the different rooms of the hospital.
He will hand them their badges and IDs. What time of day is it?
It's early afternoon, 12:30ish.
Okay. Then I guess he will go ahead and head straight to the hospital.
Okay. Yeah, so as you get there, again, the hospital itself isn't massive compared to anything that you've seen in like large cities or anything. It's a 3-story building, mostly just square, pretty nondescript, with a sign out front that says St. Agnes Hospital. But the thing you notice is the parking lot is packed. Just you pulling up there, like, it's almost impossible for you to find a place to park. You have to either park in a handicap spot, or you're going to have to park in the very, very far back and walk up.
Just park in the far back.
Okay. So you park back there, and what's the game plan here? Have you guys discussed any sort of plan for how you're going to get in, what you're going to do when you get there, anything like that?
That's what we're going to do now. All right. So we need to be able to speak to the staff here, anybody who might know anything, and see if we can figure out, piece this together, find out who's next, if there's any sort of connection that the police have not been able to find. And then we can just report to each other via text. And hopefully we can find something.
So we're splitting up into our areas. Just asking around there.
Yeah, I'm going to start in the chapel because people, when something unexplained starts happening, they turn to religion. So hopefully I'll be able to get some answers there.
I guess I'm going to the morgue, like waves around his ID. Can check out the bodies.
Yeah, Emily will check her ID and make sure make sure she knows where she should be going based on it. If it says anything about her being a lab tech, then
It
that's
says you
where
are a
she'll
lab
go.
tech 3.
Okay, perfect. She's gonna go find a lab.
All right. And we will. Guess we will play it by ear. If we're getting nowhere, we will regroup and figure something else out. And then he gets out of the car, walks around to the trunk, and waits for them.
Gates follows.
As they're getting out of the car, she's getting out of the car too.
So I would imagine that Padre and Emily have a bit of a ritual of praying before going into a mission like this. So Padre is going to reach for both of their hands, and I'm just picturing in my head the two of them reciting this prayer in like Latin, while poor Gates is sitting there just like, sure, whatever you say.
Yeah, Gates there like with like holding your hand, just like looking at the hospital while you're talking.
Then afterwards, just gonna start heading into the hospital.
All right. So are you guys all walking in together? Or are you guys staggering your entrance? How are you guys doing it?
I would say stagger by like maybe 10 minutes apart.
Okay. Who's going in first?
Padre will go in first.
Okay. So you walk in the front door, and there's the attendant that's at the desk right when you walk in, and she gives you a very perplexed look. Are you in full garb now, like collar exposed and all that?
Old arm, and he's got his messy hair pulled back in a ponytail. He's got his Bible tucked under his arm, and he's got his more normal, standard-looking rosary just kind of wrapped around his hand.
She's like, can I help you in any way, Father? You visiting someone here?
Yes, my child. I was asked to come and fill in for a while at the chapel. I'm not familiar with this location, and I was wondering, could you help show me the way? He shows his badge.
Nah, she looks at it and Father Time. That's ironic.
Here all the time.
Give me a persuasion roll. Go ahead and do it with a +2.
Okay.
Like, so, where are you from, Father?
More towards the south. A bit cold up here for my usual liking, but it's nice though.
She kind of like gives you a look like, okay. Yeah, nice isn't what most people call around here, but that's what we call home. And then she's like, Peggy, I'm gonna need you to watch the desk for a minute here. I gotta take Father Time, and she giggles a little bit, to the chapel.
He will follow.
So, why'd they call someone in from down south?
Seems to be a favor, and seems someone has been preying on recent events, and they needed some additional help.
Did Pastor Lloyd ask for you to come up here?
I didn't get a name, but I would assume so. Did you happen to know anything about strange things that he might have been referring to?
I mean, folks here are a superstitious bunch. With all the deaths and just, the crazy times that we're in right now. Hospitals are full to the max, so I think people are looking for an answer wherever they can get one.
Why so full around here? Is it disease, or was there an accident around here?
Oh, that virus, and we're the biggest one in the county, so we get everybody coming in here. And I don't know if you were filled in on it, but we are the designated location for the county coroner. We have the only pediatric unit in the county. So it's always busy here. So anything you can do to ease people's minds is going to be a huge weight lifted off their shoulders.
Well, we all have our parts. I mean, when people think of blessings, they think of some grandiose miracle or powers or spells or something like that. No, just the little things. You're being a blessing to me right now.
She blushes a little bit. Well, this is it. It's not much, but you'll probably have a few people come through here throughout the day. Confessional's over here if you need it. And she walks over to like a drawer and she's like, and anything that you might need as far as different sorts of pamphlets, and I'm sure you already have your own, but we keep it all over here.
Well, I thank you for your assistance today, and if you need to come by and do any confessing or anything, I'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
And he will wait till she's out of the room. Is there anyone in there right now?
There is not.
All right, he's going to start searching through whatever's there, papers, anything, seeing if he can find anything until someone comes in.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and give me a notice roll, and while he does that, who's second to go in?
Don't all volunteer.
Am I going to make you guys paper, rock, scissors this? Allie, high or low?
Low.
Alright, you're next.
Okay.
So you walk in and there's this older lady sitting behind the desk, and she said, "Are you visiting someone, hon?"
No, I'm a loner from another hospital. I'm here to help out in the lab.
In the lab?
That's what they told me.
She takes it and looks at it. Well, I guess Jerry has been kind of busy lately. Did they say which floor you were supposed to report to?
You know, they probably did, but I spilled my coffee on my paperwork this morning. It's been a rough start. That's why I'm running so late anyway. It says 3 on here. If that, I don't know.
Give me a persuasion roll with a +2. She's like, well,
Be attractive again.
it's like, well, with luck like that, you're gonna fit right in here. I tell you what. Go down that hall. You're gonna have to use your badge to get past the double doors. All the way at the end of it, there's gonna be an elevator. Take that to the 2nd floor. You'll find the lab when you come out of the elevator on your right-hand side, and look for Jerry. He'll be able to tell you where you need to fill in at and give you all the details about everything. He's the one that had to have requested the additional help, so he'll know.
And she will follow those directions.
Yeah, so you go in, you swipe your badge. Give me a D6 roll. Okay. You swipe your badge and it lights up green. You walk in, and as you walk into this area here, you see that this is like inpatient bedding and everything. People are moving up and down all throughout the hall. And it's fairly chaotic in here with the nursing staff darting in and out. And you walk your way past everything to the elevator. Are you gonna do what she says, or are you plan on snooping, or what's your plan?
I'm planning on snooping around a bit, and then if I get caught, I just say, I'm so sorry, I'm new here, and I got a little bit lost.
So you plan on snooping? Anything in particular you're snooping for?
Not really. I think I'm also gonna kind of be like seeing if I can eavesdrop on any conversations that might be going on about this. Just like.
Okay. Then give me a stealth roll.
So sneaky.
And give me a notice roll. Okay. So you go through the doors, and as soon as those double doors shut behind you and you hear the magnetic lock click, you start wandering around first level then. This is around the time the gate you'd be walking in. So you go in, and again, at the front desk there, little old lady looks at you. And around this time, a second, like, more middle-aged woman is walking out from your left, and she walks behind the desk and sits next to the one that was just there with you.
Is just gonna walk up, put his ID down on the front. Hi. Need to get to the morgue.
And the two women stop and they look at each other. And they look at you and they're like, more new help?
Bodies from just a week ago. I'm just here to start prepping those for the pathologist.
They look at each other, pick up your ID and look at it. They're like, all right, yeah, just take this hallway right here to the right, all the way straight down in the back, and you'll see the signs for it. I hope you don't mind working long hours. They're gonna have you busy.
That's fine. The supervisor should be in soon. Send him the same way. Takes his ID and walks off.
All right. So as you go down the main hall, there is a set of double doors. You swipe your badge. You go ahead and roll me a d6. All right. Clicks green. You hear the locks unlock, and you walk through. What are you doing?
First off, seeing if there's any like scrubs or anything, so he doesn't just look like a random guy walking around in here.
Okay.
Then going to see if he can find any info on the 4 bodies.
Okay.
See if they're actually down here.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice roll.
Oh, I passed. He's new. I had to take it.
Yeah. So as you walk in and you go down a few, the area that you're in is like near kind of like the central corridor where all of the nurses and doctors meet, right outside of triage and all that. And there's actually a nurse's station right there, and there's a set of extra scrubs that you can find. So you put them on, and then are you going to the morgue actually, or are you looking around the hospital first?
No, he's just gonna go to the morgue. He has no clue what he would even start looking around the hospital for. But he can look at bodies.
Okay. Yep, so you change, you head down to the morgue, and as you walk in, there's like a main office area where there's 2 people that are filling out paperwork, and then you can see that there's a large door on the other side of it, and the second person now that said my mic is bad. Hold on. I don't understand. Okay, I think I know what the issue might be. Stand by.
And by what? I tried to resist. I did. And then I was like, no, I gotta say it.
You're amusing yourself.
I think I'm funny.
It's not rude. I appreciate it. I just don't understand it. Okay, what about now? It looks better on the wave meter. You tell me if it sounds better. Okay, cool. So when I updated OBS, it switched my mic over to a different input than the one that I had selected. So there we go. Sorry for blowing everyone's eardrums out for an hour and a half. Which ironically, you guys can't hear it though, can you?
We didn't hear everyone's like as bad as everyone was saying. It just sounded like a mic. But now that you switch it, it sounds better.
I only switched it for
basically.
OBS though.
I don't know.
It's through Twitch that when that initial burst came through my speakers, that sounded like shit. I didn't know if it continued like that, so.
All right. Well, if it sounds like shit, then that's just me now, so I have no excuse. Okay, so so you
Huh?
walk into the morgue, and there are two people there filling out paperwork, and you can see like the actual like double doors into the morgue proper, and they kind of look up at you and they look at your scrubs and they're like, "Can we help you?"
Need to prep the 4 bodies from last week. I'm waiting for my supervisor, so I'm just gonna check them out real quick.
The 4 bodies from, you're gonna have to be more specific.
Don't know the names. And like pats himself down. They didn't send me with any paperwork. There's
Where are you from?
the can't really disclose that. Private unit coming to check on the bodies.
Give me a persuasion roll flat.
Hey. He just has like the most straight, stern voice, just walking over to these guys as he's talking to them.
They're like, we're gonna need to see your ID.
He's gonna show the one he was given.
They take it, and one of them begins typing something into the computer. And they're like, we don't know exactly what you're looking for here, but let me show you. And gets up and walks in, uses their badge to key in, walks into the morgue proper, and you see that there's the wall that has the freezer chest basically full of bodies on it.
There was one that passed in a bathtub, one fell out a window, one cut themselves
Oh.
with some glass. Yeah, I think on-site ones.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you may want to reconsider your approach here, because these are people that a lot of us knew, and it's just a sensitive subject right now.
I understand, but they called in someone off-site to have a fresh look at it, and shouldn't be telling you guys this, but there may be some kind of investigation going on since they're all on site.
Well, they weren't all on site. They're all connected to the hospital in one way or another. But I figured they'd be doing something. We've already had to talk with the local police, the state police. They sent a FBI agent over on Wednesday after the first few. So, I figured that they'd do something like this. Hopefully they figure out what the hell's going on. But walks over and opens the hatch up on 2 of them and says, "These are the only 2 that are left here. The other 2 have already been shipped out. Funeral services are today."
Okay.
but they've already been autopsied, and I mean, we know what the cause of death was. We didn't find anything in them, but I'll get you the reports, and you're free to do what you need to do. Yeah, just give me a second. And they walk out, come back in with two manila folders and your badge, and they hand you everything. Said, just give us a holler if you need anything.
All right, appreciate it. And gonna walk ends to the end of one of the bodies and start pulling out the paperwork and looking at it.
Okay. Padre, so you searched all through the room. Were you looking for anything in particular?
Just looking for anything from any pastors in there, like anything they would have written down. Anything that looks suspicious, like something that just shouldn't be in here, or if they started recording any of the confessions, stuff like that.
Inside there, not a whole lot, honestly. The chapel's not really a busy place. Like, of all the places that you've seen from walking through the hospital so far, this is definitely the least trafficked. The entire time that you were looking, no one even came in. But it's pretty run of the mill. It's very small. It could maybe have like 10 people in there at once if they were all crowded in shoulder to shoulder. And like I said, it's just a tiny little area with a couple benches, a single confessional, and then an altar.
Okay. Since nothing is happening so far, he's going to send a text to Emily asking if she can access the patient records for those that have passed away to see if she can find anything.
All right, so Emily, you're meandering through the halls near the inpatient area. And was there anything in particular you were looking for, or were you just, I know you said you were trying to like overhear if anybody was talking about any of the things going on, but was there anything in particular that you were looking for?
You know what? She would be looking for an unattended laptop. So that way she could access the hospital network.
Even or odd?
Or even.
So no, you don't find any laptops that are unattended. You look through like some of the different areas, and like I said, the hospital's fairly busy. And as you're passing down one area, you overhear two of the nurses talking, and they said, "So, last I heard, that they were going to do the investigation throughout the hospital, and I know that it's all going to come to light. We need to talk to someone about this before they find out." They're like, "Debbie, listen, we were given a direction. We're going to follow that direction. We are not going to discuss this with anybody. If something comes back on us, we can say we didn't even know. This will all go back on the dean." And as they're talking, they kind of see you over there, like eavesdropping, leaning against the wall. And they're like, can we help you with something? I'll talk to you later. And they break off from one another.
Sorry, I was looking for the lab. She told me to go this way, and then I got through the doors, and then I forgot. It's my first day in this hospital. I'm sorry.
She kind of gives you like a dirty look. She's like, follow me, I'm headed that way anyways. And as you start to follow, your phone goes off and you get a text from Padre.
Those articles that Emily was looking up before we left, did those have the names of the hospital workers?
That
Like
died?
No, they're people that were connected to them, the actual hospital workers that were connected to the dying people. Did it have their names in it?
The article I would say didn't, but the through the extra research you did, I would say that yeah, you could have found out who they are.
And did the name Debbie come up?
It did not.
Okay. Just checking. Alright, well, she's gonna follow her to the lab.
All right. So yeah, you get the text from Padre. What were you asking?
Can you see if you can get access to the records of the deceased?
And she'll text back, not yet. We'll let you know.
All right. So at this point, we're pretty much caught up in time with one another. Who's doing what? Let me know.
You said they left Gates alone to do what he was doing.
Yep.
Quick look around. Any cameras in here?
In the morgue itself, there are not.
Okay, and back against the door, opening the folders, taking picture of each of the pages, and these are like pull out so you can see the bodies, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna pull out the they pull it out, look like he's checking it for the making sure it's like tagged right. And as he's doing that, he's gonna take a picture of different angles of the bodies too.
Okay. Yeah, so the body itself, it's already been completely Y-sliced. It's already sewn back up. It's gone the full check on it. The paperwork, give me a academics roll, please.
Yeah.
The autopsy report had a bunch of medical terms on it that you didn't understand at all. But from what you gathered from it, like nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Toxicology reports came back clean. And yeah, this one it says cause of death on this one was drowning. There were no illicit substances in the blood.
Yeah.
You're gonna do that to each of the bodies, different pictures, take a picture of everything in the folders.
Yeah, and the second body that's there, that one you can see. It was the one that was that died from the blood loss, and you can see on the right arm there's a cut that basically goes from the palm all the way down, almost to the elbow, and the cause of death on that is left blank, and the notes say cannot rule out homicide, though no signs of defensive wounds.
Okay. After taking a picture of everything, he's gonna do a look over himself and see if he notices anything. Probably not. He has no clue what he's even looking for. He's just looking at a body.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say like, give me a notice roll with a -2. Yeah, I mean, you can pick up on some of the things that were on the report. You do agree that there is a giant gash on the right arm.
Checks out.
But yeah, nothing is immediately standing out, and other than the fact that both of them were women. Or, I'm sorry, other than the fact that both of them were men. Nothing else about them is similar. Like, that's it.
Okay. Calling Padre.
Padre's not answering, apparently. He's like, I don't know that number.
I didn't know if you're calling, not texting.
Yeah, calling.
Okay, you will answer.
What am I looking for? You just look
Well,
like dead bodies.
do you see any of the names that were on that article?
I got 2 of the 4. 2 of them have been shipped out already. Their funerals today.
Okay. And I'm assuming, just like it was saying in the paper, nothing looks out of the ordinary to you.
I did a one over. I got some pictures of the bodies. I got pictures of their folders. Maybe you guys could find something that I can't.
Have you been practicing your prayer?
Sure. Yeah.
Did you bring your cross with you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Good. When no one's looking, press it on the forehead and don't try and do anything too advanced. Just try the Lord's Prayer and see if get a reaction of any sort.
All
I'll wait
right.
on the line for you.
What happened?
I'll wait on the line for you.
All right. All right. Say it with me to just help me get through this. I'm a little I'm shaken at the bodies. Padre, I can use your assistance.
Uh-huh. Okay. press the cross on the forehead first, and then let me know if anything happens, and then we'll start.
It's the cross. Anything happens.
This is when I need that like dramatic hit on the sound effects. Do I have a dramatic hit I could just do? Nothing happened.
All right.
Nothing.
Repeat after me.
All right.
He starts reciting the prayer.
Go ahead, John. I want to hear it.
You know, Lord's my shepherd, blah, 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 blah. You know.
Super fast version.
Yeah.
So as you two start reciting the prayer with the cross pressed on its forehead,
It rises.
nothing happens.
And we'll do the same thing to the other one.
Same effect.
Yeah. Nothing.
All right. You saw a lot of combat in where you were from.
I've seen.
Did you have to do any sort of on the field patching up?
Not patching up, but addressing, yeah.
I'll tell you what, we know that the coroners have done their job. Can you give it a once over, see if you see anything odd?
I'll look again. Everything checks out from what I see.
All right. Yeah, all right. So there's nothing really going on here. Come find me. We'll go down there and I will see if there's anything that
All right.
All right. So meanwhile, Emily, the nurse takes you down and takes you to the first level lab. And she's like, "What shift are you supposed to be on?"
You know, they didn't give me a specific start time. They just asked me to come in.
Typical. Well, Charles is on right now. He's taking lead, so he's the doctor on call. He'll be the one that gives you orders for anything that you need to process. You know what? You probably should go up to administration first to make sure that you're actually getting paid for this, because they'll short you. If you give them a chance to, they're going to short you. They're not going to pay you for your time. You're going to be here working 13, 14 hours, and then they're not even going to pay you for it.
Oh. That sounds lovely. Where do I go for that? Because, yeah, getting paid sounds good.
3rd floor, follow the signs.
Okay. Where's the elevator? Or did we walk past it? If we walk past it, I'll just go to it.
She just walked out to the main hall. She's like, go all the way down, turn left. It'll be right there, right when you turn. There's the bathrooms and the elevators are right afterwards.
Okay, thank you so much. And she's just gonna pet Summer and then
All right. So as you start walking down the main stack, you see Gates coming out of a back office area in full scrubs.
no, I never said that she was in scrubs. So is nobody questioning that? Or like are we assuming that Emily's in scrubs, or is just nobody caring that she's not?
So far, your shtick has been, I'm new, I don't know what I'm doing. So I think that everybody's just assuming that you're new and you don't know what you're doing.
Perfect. All right. So instead of going up to administration, she's gonna be like, "Hey, where'd you get those?"
This was my last, or the last set. I'm the new guy. Why are you not? You know what? I'm supposed to meet up with Padre. Let's go.
But I was gonna. Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. I don't have anything to report though. I haven't found anything yet. So.
Walking and taking off his gloves, throwing them away, and just looking for where Padre is.
Are you still chilling in the chapel, or did you go out?
After he got done talking to Gates, he would have gone back out to his car for just a moment, to grab his other book, and he's gonna put like the fake Bible book cover over it so it doesn't look suspicious, and put his normal Bible back. And then he's gonna go back into the chapel and start. And while he's waiting on them, just do some research to see if there is anything that he can find that would target, that seems to have a pattern of targeting loved ones instead of the actual person that it should be mad at or something.
Sure. Give me a research with a -2, because you don't really have a lot you're going off of.
Right. That's ugly. We'll try one more. Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple hits that you get on it, but nothing feels like nothing feels right to you. Like your intuition isn't saying it's any of these things that you've looked up.
You know what? Because we're kidding.
You're welcome.
So, there's a few things that you could narrow it down with, based on just kind of looking up the different things as far as like, bad luck and spouses, and the fact that they were all males except for the one. There's a few different things that you could narrow it down to, but you feel like you need to talk to some of the people here, to see if there's anything else that's been going on outside of what's been reported before you could make a decision on it. I'll give you more if you figure out, if you actually start talking to some of the people.
Okay.
So as you're looking through the book, Gates and Emily walk in, and it's, besides you being walked down here by the lady at the front desk, the first two people that have walked in here all day.
Okay. Well, for a town that's very superstitious and clearly not religious. No one has been in here. Not even the usual pastor that should be here.
Gates will like hand over his phone and start scrolling through the pictures. Anything.
Actually, based on what you just said, John, I'll parlay with your get a clue. With this being a small town, you'd probably deduce that because there's funerals going on today, that the normal pastor is probably at the funeral.
Okay. So, well, next thing I'm thinking for us to get some more information, unless either of you caught wind of anything since the last time I talked to you.
And he's still like waving his phone around, expecting one of you to take it. That's all I got. People down in the morgue said they've already been investigated by local police, state police, an FBI agent. And that was after the third body. So,
Do we know which one of the funerals is happening right now?
Based on the two bodies that are there, you could make the deduction of who it is. It's the wife of the dean of medicine, and then based on the research that Emily did, the husband of one of the radiologists that are there.
All right.
And then I guess for the get a clue, I could say this then. One thing that kind of stands out to you guys is, actually, give me a notice roll, John. One of the people whose spouse was killed, their name is Rhonda Clemens, and Rhonda is actually the person who brought you back to the chapel. And her boyfriend is one of the bodies that Gates has pictures of that's still in the morgue.
The lady at the front desk. When I was talking with her when she was showing me to the chapel, she really didn't mention anything that would suggest she knew more or had any sort of insight as to what's going on. But yet, her, or was it spouse or boyfriend?
Boyfriend.
Yeah. That her boyfriend is one of these corpses.
And whether it means anything to you or not, the first one to die was the wife of the dean of medicine. Second one to die was the husband of a radiologist. Third one to die was the boyfriend of Rhonda. And then the most recent one was the husband of an ER nurse.
So we need to go press her for information. Probably should start off with a more gentle touch first. I think I've built a little rapport with her. And then we will see how cooperative she is and go from there. Any thoughts?
I was thinking while you do that, I can look through these pictures and see if there's anything that stands out to me. And
I'll watch.
Last bit of your get a clue that I'll give you here is, Emily, you overheard a conversation.
yeah, right. So I did hear something weird. Somebody was talking to a lady named Debbie about secrets coming to light and everything's gonna be revealed in this investigation, and maybe they should come clean or something. But I mean, Debbie wasn't a name that came up in my searching, so I don't know.
So they think that Debbie should come clean?
The person that was talking to Debbie, she was like, we should. I didn't hear her name. Debbie was very. She was dismissive.
So the two of them know something.
Hmm.
Well, that sounds like a lead to me.
So we're gonna press the person at the front desk or see if we could track down this Debbie.
I can talk to Rhonda alone. I think the two of you should find Debbie and see if you can get her to spill what she knows.
It's not gonna tell me anything.
Oh, that's why you have him.
I don't think I should be there because, well, I was kind of caught eavesdropping, so she's already suspicious of me to begin with, and so just involving myself in anything dealing with her is not gonna be helpful.
If you can point her out, you think you can just get Gates there so he can do what he does?
Probably.
All right. Then let's take care of that. We'll meet back here when we're all done.
All right, so you guys are splitting up. Padre, you're going to talk to Rhonda. Emily, you're going to go point out Debbie to Gates, and then Gates is going to
Punch her.
do whatever Gates does.
Do what Gates does.
All right, Rhonda.
Oh, he's punching Rhonda too?
On the way to go see Debbie. You gotta get her worked up.
Trying to play good cop, bad cop. Bah! All right, Padre, it's all you.
Yeah, you're one that gotta come back. You got like 5 minutes until he comes back.
All right. So Emily, you start walking with Gates through that main trunk of the hospital again, through the nurses' quarter area to try to figure out where Debbie is. And Padre, you stop at the front desk and see Rhonda.
And he like looks at her name tag again just to verify that he didn't read that incorrectly.
It says Rhonda.
And she's just at the desk right now.
Yeah, she's at the desk. The other lady that was there is not there anymore. But she's there, and she kind of gives you a smile, and she's like, "How's the first day?"
It's been pretty slow. I was hoping that you would come by.
Oh, it's been so busy here at the front desk. Don't you worry, though. The chapel typically picks up around 5, 6 o'clock. You'll start getting people in there.
But what about you, my child?
Oh, I'm not much of a religious person.
Well, you don't have to be religious to, get things off your chest, things that are bothering you. You should try to make you feel better.
Oh, I'm just more worried about everyone here.
And who's busy worrying about you?
Oh, I got family that worries about me. I don't think too much about that. I'm more focused on everyone here than myself. Just keeping myself busy and making sure the ones that I love here are doing okay. That's what keeps me going.
Is there anyone who isn't doing so well that could use a little prayer?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of people. If you mosey on down there towards where the nurses station is, you'll probably see any number of people that might want to get some things off their chest and talk to you. But on the other side of it, everybody's so busy that no one really has time to stop and chat.
So with all the crowds here and all that's going on, there hasn't been any loss in your life?
Oh, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that I'd rather keep my mind busy here.
Well, sometimes, like I said, even the little things can be a blessing. And God has sent me to be your blessing today.
Well, just knowing that you're here to make everyone's day better brightens my soul.
So who was it that you lost?
She kind of looks at you. She's like, well, I lost my boyfriend, Derek.
How recently?
Tuesday?
And yet you're here working like nothing's going on at all?
Well, like I said, I like to keep my mind busy, and I need to make sure that everything is in working order here.
It'd have been Thursday. If he's still there, he was one of the last two, so
Thursday, you are
Friday.
correct. TH, not capital T. Thursday.
Well, shouldn't you be planning a funeral or anything? Or
Oh, we already got that worked out. That'll be happening on Monday.
were you with him when it happened?
I was home. He, God rest his soul, he's a fool. He knew he was allergic, but yet he still made that peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Had he ever done anything like that before?
He's had a few incidences in the past, but none were this severe. By the time I even found him, it was already too late.
So you were in the same home and he started having a reaction and he didn't have time to get to you to let you know that something was wrong?
He didn't get to me. He didn't get to an EpiPen. I can't really explain it.
When you found him, where was he?
On the kitchen floor.
Did it look like he tried to go anywhere, or was he just sitting there and collapsed out of the chair?
He was standing there, I assume. He was in the middle of the kitchen.
Before that, had he complained about anything? Nightmares? Anything strange? Visions?
No. Everything's been as normal can be around here.
Did you have any contact with any of the other people who work here that have suffered a similar loss?
I mean, we all work together. I don't really talk to them too much, but I mean, being at the front desk, I see everybody.
So prior to, let's say, a week, but not too much beyond that, was there any incidents that came through these doors that stuck out in your mind? Like any event, like a crazy situation that happened?
I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. This is the largest hospital in the county, so we see all things here, but nothing jumps out at me. You know, you're starting to sound like those state officers that came out here.
Oh no, I assure you, I'm no officer. I'm just concerned. Like I said, they called me up here because people here didn't know what else to do. And I'm just trying to see if I can piece together anything that I can to give them that feeling of peace.
Now, if you want to talk to anybody about that, when the dean gets back, he's the one that probably needs it the most. He's got to bury his wife today. They've been together for 30-something years. She was the one that started all this. And after her, there was 3 more, and you know, everybody here is kind of up in a tizzy. They're worried that there might be more. That's why I said I just want to make sure I'm here and take care of all my loved ones. The hospital I can't really focus on any of that other stuff.
Do you happen to know where this funeral is taking place? I would like to go and pay my respects to the dean.
Yeah, it's at the One Tree Chapel. If you just follow the road out here until you get to Mill Street and turn left, it's can't miss it. I think they're doing family only right now, but seeing as you're a man of the cloth, I'm sure that they'd let you in.
All right, Rhonda. I'm going to be at the chapel for a little while longer. If there's anything else you want to talk about, I'll be here.
Thank you, Father. I'd just say, you might want to get out of here with all these crazy things going on. I'd hate for you to be next.
No. God says that I'm right where I need to be right now. God bless. Walks back to the chapel.
All right, Emily, give me a notice roll. So as you and Gates walk back in there, you see Debbie standing over one of those computers that's attached to like the pushing carts, like the mobile ones. She's standing over it and she's typing something in, and she's kind of off to the back hallway where there's not a lot of people around, but like she's just outside of like a patient room.
Okay, well then, Emily is going to point her out and then skedaddle before she notices her.
Give me a stealth roll. Okay. So you point her out.
It's a combat roll.
So you point her out, and then you kind of blend in with the chaos of the moving pieces of the hospital and get out of there. Where are you going to?
Towards the administrative floor where she told me to go, because I'm gonna see if there's computers there that are not being used.
Okay. So you're going up to the 3rd floor then?
Yep.
Okay. So you head off there, and Gates, she points out Debbie, and then sneaks away.
Yeah, like, okay, so do we? Okay. He's just gonna walk up to her.
You must be dead.
Poor man.
She's like typing on the keyboard with one hand, and she just kind of like has a chart in the other, and she's like typing, and she's like, yes.
Your name Debbie?
Looks down at her name tag.
Who wants to know?
And you are
Part of the upcoming investigation. Need a little of your time.
give me a persuasion roll with a +2. Her face goes white as a ghost.
Just to throw a little bit more out, he'll take out his military ID and kind of like cover his name and stuff and just hold it up. Be like, we need to have a little bit of a talk. Put it away.
Okay. Where do you want to talk at?
Looks around, and if there's like a quiet corner somewhere. I think you said she was by herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, this here is fine. If we need to go somewhere else, we can move later.
She's kind of like looking around nervously. So, yeah. What can I help with?
One of my partners overheard a conversation you were having about possibly covering something up or coming clean about a recent event.
They didn't.
Listen. We already have a recording of this.
Okay, listen. I just.
If you come clean, tell us if there's someone above you, your sentence may be overlooked.
Whoa, listen. I had nothing to do with this. I was just doing I was just doing my job. Okay, listen. So, the dean has been on edge ever since the grant fell through for the wing of the hospital that he was trying to get going, and he is trying to keep the hospital at a AAA accreditation, and with all the things going on, he just didn't want to report anything because he couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want the CDC involved, and I was just doing my job.
The four that were recently passed. What does he have to do with this?
Huh?
The Rhonda's boyfriend, that nurse from the ER,
What?
the dean's.
I'm sorry. What are we talking about? We're talking about two different
The
things
deaths.
here.
The deaths.
What about them? They had nothing to do with this. Let me see that ID again.
He's gonna pull out his phone and start making a call. Calling Emily.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah?
I have one of the people here that are scheduled for interrogation.
Interrogation.
Good.
Mentioned about covering up CDC involvement for a grant that fell through.
Listen, you don't have all the facts.
And pulls the phone away. Give me the facts then so I can get the story straight. Otherwise, there's going to be some casualties.
Some casualties. Give me a persuasion roll. with a with a -2.
Let's go, pizza captain. Oh yes. Hey, damn, Debbie, I warned you.
As you say that, she starts getting loud. I don't know who you think you are. You can't just come in here and make threats. And she
I'm
starts.
not making threats. I'm letting you know something is going on with people associated with the hospital, and if we don't get to the bottom of it, other people may suffer the same outcome. We're trying to get to the bottom of it.
You know what? This is bullshit. I'm gonna go talk to Teresa, and I don't know who you are and what this is all about, but no, I'm not gonna be put up for all this. She starts walking away with her hands up in the air, and she's just making a scene.
And as she's walking away, he's like, and she's gone. Teresa, is that name in any of your reports?
Is that name one of the ones that came up?
One of the ones that came up or anything? No.
Okay. Can you just give me the names that I would have seen, even if you like message it to me, so I'm not like, hey Cliff, by the way, was this one? Was this one?
Sure. And she gets about halfway across the nurses area, and she's like, "Well, are you coming?"
And Gates is gonna look at her and just like hold the phone up to his ear for a little bit. Then, okay, give me a second. I'm building suspense. Then clicks it and goes.
What?
So as you were making your way to the elevator up to the 3rd floor and shit, when you got this call, where did you like duck to the side somewhere, or what'd you do?
Yeah, like if there was anybody around, she would have like gone to a stairwell or something where there was nobody doing.
Okay. Give me a D4.
Hey. It just kind of fell out of the mouse.
Okay. So you were actually on the elevator when you got the call.
Okay.
So while you were having this call, the elevator dings for the 3rd floor. Then what? You're gonna step off to like the stairwell, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So Gates, you're just gonna follow her now?
Yeah.
And the whole time you're following, she's making a scene. Like, she's making it a point that people see her with you and you with her. And she walks by someone and she was like, "This is on you, and I am not going to be quiet." And she keeps walking.
Can I get a name tag from who she walked by?
Are you stopping to look, or are you trying to get a glance as you walk by?
A glance.
Give me a notice roll.
Fuck.
Clueless. I was like, oh.
Yeah, you don't catch the name as she does it as she walks by, because she's kind of moving at a steady pace, and you gotta like try to keep up with her. Emily, you come out of the stairwell and you follow the signs to like where the administrative office is, and you walk inside the administrative office, and you see an older lady sitting behind the desk with circular glasses dangling off her nose, and she looks up at you and she smiles, and you notice that the plaque on the desk says Teresa nodding. Administrative assistant. And she's like, yes, can I help you?
Hi, I am new today, and I ran into somebody in the hall saying I should come up here and make sure that all my paperwork's in order so I get paid. I think it was
Okay.
Debbie? I don't know.
Okay. Who was your contact?
My contact?
Well, yeah, like who hired you here? Who sent you here? Who are you here to work for?
Well, I'm here to work for the lab.
Well, which one? We have a few here. Each one of them has its own supervising unit.
I don't remember. And I know that's not helpful. I'm sorry. It like I was saying to, well, the other people I've talked to today, it's been a day. The coffee and the paperwork, they just I spilled my coffee on it and it was no longer legible. Tried to clean it up and I tore it.
Sounds like you're having the same type of day that we've been having here lately. Let me see your badge.
And she'll hand it over.
And she types up a number. And she's like, That's strange. They don't have any of the transfer information on here that they normally do. What hospital were you working at before this one?
Actually, it was just a small, like, family clinic, a few towns over. It just wasn't working out very well, so I went to this staffing agency. I can't remember the name of it, but their system was terrible.
Give me a persuasion roll with a -2.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of things.
She's like, well, apparently someone forgot to push some of the information through, so I'm going to have to send a note out to the labs here and find out which one requested you. So if you don't mind, just have a seat over here for a minute and we'll get to the bottom of this. And right around that time, the door busts open and you see a familiar face walk in going, Teresa, this is bullshit. This guy over here is threatening me in front of everyone.
Okay. Teresa, I have some questions.
And you are...
And part of the next upcoming investigation, not that there's 4 deceased that are related to this hospital. And I have an associate that overheard Debbie here talking about possibly coming clean with something.
I told you it has nothing to do with the... Oh my God. She's like, Debbie, it's
We're
okay,
trying
Debbie.
to get all bases covered. We're doing a full investigation of the hospital this time around. And if 2 things are related to one another, there may be some unknown involvement.
Teresa's like, Debbie, dear, what are you talking about? She's like, Listen, the dean told us not to report this over, but we found some weird rash or something that a few of the patients have had. It's all the same type of rash, but it has nothing to do with it had nothing to do with anybody that died here. These are no one that has had this rash is dead. They're just, the dean was just afraid that there would be some sort of an outbreak or something going on, and that he would lose accreditation. So we just didn't report it over. We've just been monitoring the situation.
How many people knew about this rash?
There's me. Mary's actually the one that found it. She reported it over to Dean Schulk. And I think that's all that knew. Yeah, I mean, we were both on shift when it happened, when Mary found it, and we went to the dean about it, and the dean told us to keep it quiet. We know how important it is for this hospital to keep the accreditation. We're trying to get that wing built. You see how crowded it is here. We need more space.
None of these victims that I looked over had any kind of rash, did they?
Nope.
Okay.
And then Teresa's like, I'm disappointed, but I appreciate you letting us know. And she looks to you and she says, and what does this have to do with the people that have died?
Well, seeing as how all of these people have connections with the hospital, and we're just doing a thorough investigation, making sure there's no new evidence that comes up from the last victim. Looking at Debbie again, when did these rashes start showing up? Is it about the same time as the incidents?
We noticed them probably about a month ago, maybe. I told you, it has nothing to do with the people that died. And Teresa's like, this town has a population of under 700 people, and the hospital full staff's 137. Everybody here has a connection with the hospital. This entire town has a connection with the hospital.
The dean's wife was the first person to die.
This is most unprofessional. And she sits down.
Were we told if any of these people with rashes ever got cured, or if they're still around?
They're still around. The ones that are still in the hospital. I mean, some of them have been discharged, but we noticed it first on some of the coma patients.
You said the dean has been on edge since the grant fell through, but if word of this rash never got out, why did it still fall through? What reason could he have had for keeping it hidden?
The grant fell through because the state funding was cut. But he was going to reapply next year for it. He wants to get that done. We need more room. But he was afraid that if there was some sort of an outbreak here, if there was CDC involvement, that they would have to shut down the hospital and that it could lose accreditation. We could lose our AAA status on this. And we would have no shot of getting the grant if that happened. So we were just monitoring it to make sure it didn't get worse. And it didn't get worse. It wasn't an outbreak. We didn't find any signs of it being disease related or parasite related or toxin related. And we kept in touch with some of the people that had the rash after they were discharged, and it went away apparently. The coma patients, on the other hand, the rash still hasn't went away, so we don't know why that is. But we've been monitoring them, and it hasn't gotten worse. It just hasn't gotten better.
So there's still no actual cause or diagnostic on the rash?
Yeah, we haven't been able to figure out what caused it. We ran tests, and everything came back negative. There's no medical reasoning for it that we could find.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your cooperation looking at Teresa. And Debbie, I'll put in a good word that you cooperated. Hesitantly, but cooperated. I think I have some info I could go off of now. And Gates is gonna start looking for Padre.
Okay. What's Padre been doing this whole time?
He's just been he's got his book open, flipping through, and just making notes of anything that would any creatures or entities that would fit what little information he has so far.
Okay.
So he can start crossing off as he gets more information.
Okay. After all that happens, Teresa looks over at Emily and was like, "I'm so sorry you had to sit through all that. This was most unprofessional. I need to figure out what's going on with this investigation that I have not heard anything of until now. But I will make sure that I get a hold of them. I have you in the system as of right now, so we'll definitely make sure you're paid. But I can't put you to work until I figure out where they need you. So you're free to wait here if you want to. On the second floor, there's a nurse's lounge that you can get into with your badge. Make yourself some coffee, have some snacks, and I'll come find you as soon as I get more information."
No rush. It sounds like you've got a lot going on. I'll go. Go find somewhere else to be. Sorry to bother you. I'm just gonna
Oh, you're such a sweetheart. You're no bother. You know, we will make sure we take care of you here. We always take care of our family here, and you're now part of the family. So, On second thought, you should probably stay away from the coffee. And she smiles at you.
Good call.
And then she scurries off. So Gates, you go back down, mate, towards like the chapel area and find Padre there with his book open and some notes out.
All right, I think I got something.
Good, because my lead really didn't give me much. What you got?
We're on a time limit until. Are we alone?
Yes, there's no one here.
Okay. Um, I think I'm doing an investigation now, so we have a time limit for whenever they figure that out. But there's this rash going around. They can't really explain it, and it's worrying the dean. I'm not sure if he may. The rash started a month ago. People that are conscious, it seemed to have gone away. People that are in a coma, it's stayed with them. Dean's doing what he can to cover it up.
So the autopsies didn't mention anything about a rash, and you're saying it was on all of the victims?
No, not on these victims.
Okay. But it is on people that are in a coma?
Yes. People that are in and out of a coma, but it hasn't left the people that are still in a coma or were in a coma when they got it. Thinking maybe the forehead prayer thing on them. If you look at the rash, you may be able to see something.
So Cliff, he looks down at his notes of, his list that he's made. Of the things he's narrowed down, is there any of them that specifically mentions rash or anything that looks like blemishes or anything of the skin?
So what facet of like creatures or occult would your book have? Like what would be like the most likely things that you would have in that book?
Pretty much like the category like spirits, demons, and pretty much any otherworldly beings like vampires, werewolves, stuff like that. Stuff like even if it seems far fetched and the information is coming from like centuries of just passed down hearsay, like it's in here.
Okay. Give me a research roll flat.
Okay.
There are about 5 things that you could narrow it down to that would fit this. But if you check out the rash in question, you could probably narrow it down even further.
Okay. And is Gates still wearing like scrub stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. We need to get in and get a look at this rash.
Alright.
And looks like you're more equipped to inspect it than I am.
You want to trade up?
Sure.
Hand over my scrubs there.
Yeah, that would cover up his priestly garbs pretty nicely. So yeah, he'll switch out and say, lead the way. And is Emily with him or?
She doing some deep digging by herself, looking for some coffee and shit.
Yeah. So after Teresa leaves the room, what would Emily do?
Well, if Teresa's leaving her office with that intranet connected computer,
Okay.
great place to look.
Give me a hacking roll.
Hacker man.
Fucking
Oh.
took that kill.
So after she leaves the room, Debbie's sitting there looking at you for a little bit, and then she just kind of gets up and storms off. And you find yourself in the room by yourself. And Teresa's computer is locked. So you go over there and start toiling with some passwords and looking up different things that are on the desk and trying to figure things out. And you end up accessing her computer. What are you going to look up?
I'm going to look up the patient records for the 4 victims that we came here to investigate.
Okay. What are you trying to find out about them? I'll save you a little bit of time here. You don't find out anything new about them that you didn't find out from your research before you got here. They seem like their deaths really did happen the way that they reported.
All right. Well, if there was nothing new, she just wanted to double check, because you know what? Then, if she still has time, look up the employment records on Rhonda and the ER doctor and those people. The people who worked at the hospital who were connected to them.
Okay. What are you trying to find out about them?
I don't know, anything that might jump out and seem like weird, like if there was any, other than working at the hospital together, any sort of connections, like, I don't know, if they lived on the same street or something.
There's no real connection between any of them even. You find that that the dean of medicine and Rhonda have both been here for some odd time now, like 25 years. They have a lot of tenure, whereas the other 2 spouses don't really have much tenure as far as that goes. Like one has like 3 years here, one has 5. But there's nothing that connects them. They don't live in the same area. They don't work in the same departments. They don't have any overlapping duties or overlapping obligations or anything like that you could find from it.
Okay, then she's gonna write down their addresses so they can check out their houses.
Okay, sure.
And then get the hell out of her computer.
Okay. Then what?
Head down to the chapel.
Okay. So, Gates, you give Padre your scrubs, and then you're gonna lead him there in your regular clothes?
Yeah, unless I see some readily available. I figure I have access to like the break rooms and stuff, so like changing in and out of your gear should be close by that area.
Sure. I mean, is that going to be like one of your priorities to like stop and get another pair or
No,
anything?
no, just gonna um lead him over and not like be in lead of going into the room and checking him out, just escorting.
Okay. Um. Are you guys texting Emily or anything like that to let her know where you're going?
Um, yeah, as we're in the elevator going up to one of the floors, Gates will text her.
Oh, it's on the main floor.
And I would.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I was gonna say while she's in the elevator on the way down, she's gonna be like, "Hey, I'm heading back towards you guys." So.
Okay.
Okay. Then yeah, and let her know where we're at, what hallway, what wing, or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So you're actually headed towards the back of the building, opposite of like where the morgue's at. You're going to the intensive care ward. And they actually have a specific area for some of the coma patients that are like long-term residents here. Um, so you guys get back there without too much question, even just because of how chaotic it is. Like, no one really pays much attention to you guys doing this. And as you go into the area that has the coma patients to it, it's the first time since you guys have been here, other than the chapel, that it's been actually quiet inside the hospital. You just hear the beeps and hums of machines, and then you can hear the distant chatter of the hospital behind closed doors. But this area is relatively quiet.
Did we meet back up with Emily or no?
She's on her way.
Okay.
I'll say that you guys probably met up before you went in there.
She's
Okay.
here.
All right. Let's see. Going to grab any sort of mask that might be in the room, put it on, and then go over and check their charts, and basically just kind of start making my way down the line, checking for any signs of these rashes.
Okay, so you're gonna actually like physically like examine the coma patients.
Yep.
Where are you starting at looking?
Just whoever's closest and making my way down.
I mean, like anatomically, like where are you starting?
Gonna ask Gates. Did they mention where they saw the rashes specifically?
No. Is there like on the outside of the door or something, medical profile of the patient?
I mean, there's charts at the foot of the bed for all of them.
Yeah, I'll just check that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for information on the rash, there's nothing.
Okay. So yeah, Padres, if he doesn't see it, like, he's gonna check like the head and neck areas, arms, legs, and
Okay.
uh yeah.
Yeah. So you check the first patient, who is a 37-year-old female. She was in a motorcycle accident. The accident rendered her comatose, and she has been in a coma for almost 2 months now. And as soon as you check her and get to the neck, you see that on the back of the neck, like right where the spine is, that there is this strange rash. Give me an occult roll, Padre. It's something that you know you've seen in your book, but you don't know where. so you start actually like going through the things that you had narrowed down and trying to figure out what this thing is. Is anybody else doing anything while this is going on?
Gates is just keeping a lookout.
Okay.
Fuck.
Give me a notice roll.
Oh,
Perfect. What's Emily doing?
also gonna be kind of looking over the patient, just extra set of eyes, trying to make sure they don't miss anything.
Be careful, Em. Don't touch them. Unless you want to grab
That's
those over there first.
All right, go ahead and give me a notice roll. All right, so being the extra set of eyes, when you're looking over these bodies, you don't notice anything additional.
I was like, did you just freeze? Because you were like, nothing.
So, Padre, you look at a couple of the bodies, and they all have the same markings, and you bust out your Bible and your other Bible, and start thumbing through, and you get to the section of the book that covers creatures of folklore. And you see a very rudimentary sketch in this book that looks like it's hundreds of years old, that shows the bite mark of a changeling.
Okay. So yeah, in his notes, to grab a clipboard and attach to it, and then scratch off everything. Circle changeling, and then he hands the clipboard over to Emily. I think this is our culprit. And he will flip over his book to Changeling and read any details he might have on them.
Sure.
What would I roll?
Give me a research roll. We'll see how much detail your book has on changelings. All right. So changelings typically replace children with a changeling child that looks identical to the child that they replaced. And the child typically will latch on to the maternal figure and literally drink her life force until she dies. There's typically a brood mother that would be overseeing her pack of children. It's not very typical to find multiple adults in a brood. There's usually like one adult and many children. Changelings are basically immune to any form of damage other than fire. And the easiest way to be able to determine if someone is a changeling is by looking at their reflection. Their reflection will reveal their true image, which is typically like a gray-skinned, slimy creature with exaggerated and deformed features. And their mouth is basically just like a circular maw of teeth that they literally use to like latch on to their victims and to drain the fluid between their joints, which is what they feed off of.
Yeah, he's going to start explaining this to both of them. Gates, we're going to need some mirrors or something to cast reflection.
Looking around the hospital room, would there be any kind of like silver pan or something that I could grab?
Bunch of bedpans.
I don't know. Not those. Unless we fill them up and we can like see the reflection through the liquid.
You're gonna pee in the bedpan?
Sir, could you look in this?
Give me a notice roll.
Can I get your opinion on this? Son of a bitch. I rolled a critical fail and it's a 0 because of the fucking clueless. It's worse than a critical.
So while Padre is explaining everything to you and Emily, and he tells you to find something mirrored, you start looking through some of like the desks and the different tables that are in there to try to find something that's like a mirrored surface, and you find an instrument tray that has like some like syringes and scalpels on it and a couple other things, and you notice that it's got a nice flat bottom to it that's almost like a mirrored surface, and as you go to grab it to pick it up, you knock everything off of the table. All of the metal equipment and everything that's on the tray clangs to the floor, and this quiet IC that you're in just echoes with the sound of all of these items clanging as you triumphantly show the tray to Padre.
I got a mirrored surface.
And as you're showing him that, someone bursts in the door, and you see this nurse standing there. She's like, "What the hell are you guys doing in here?"
We were just finishing up inspections.
Inspections? No one's scheduled to be in here.
This young man is performing an investigation, a follow-up investigation, and he asked me to come and give my medical expertise on the situation.
And who are you?
Flashed military badge for like 2 seconds and puts it away. We have word that there may be a cover-up on some of these rashes that the dean is trying to not make publicly available.
Okay, how about you guys get out of here, and then we can go talk to this with whoever we need to talk about, but you guys can't be rummaging through here. Let's go.
Hey, Padre starts taking off his gloves and disposes of them. He just calmly walks out.
Are you still carrying the tray? She just holds her hand out.
I'm gonna like hand it to her like face up so I can like look into it.
Like, huh?
Like add it to her like this, so I can see her.
Angle.
Yeah, like angle it so I can like see.
So you can see her
Reflect-
reflection in it before you give it to her?
Be like,
Actually, if I just hold it down, I can look down into it and look up. I don't gotta be weird.
no,
changeling.
lean into your himbo man. Like, okay, you're good.
As you hand her the tray in a definitely non-obvious looking way, so you can see her reflection, you just put it in her hand, and her face in the reflection is completely disfigured, with these sunken black eyes that look hollow, and her mouth is just undulating hole of teeth. And she grabs the tray from you and she's like, okay, now get out and let's go get some proper identification from you guys.
Okay. I would like grab Padre and like pull him close as we're walking.
Give me a stealth roll.
That wasn't stealthy. I mean, apparently it was though.
She definitely doesn't appear to be paying attention to anything like that.
Just go whack her.
So, with him giving the signal,
That is our agreed upon signal.
yes, plan, stealthy signal. He's gonna whisper back, all right, grab her. And then he's gonna start closing the door. It's like, there's one more thing, nurse.
Alright, I'm gonna grapple her.
What doors are you closing?
The door into the
You're doing this before you leave, you're saying?
right, just before we leave. It's like he was about to walk out, and as he signaled him, he's gonna like stop and
Padre would like jump in front of the person and close the door.
Okay. Alright, go ahead and roll your athletics roll.
Oh, that's horrible. Hold on. Let's go with the 4.
Man.
Oh my god.
The fucking delay from that die roll.
Right?
Well, it's
When the
because
number
they're
popped
showing
up, I'm
invisible.
like-
I have to manually show them. Hold on, let me do hide die roll off. All these things you got to reset every time you do a new campaign.
But it's
Um,
not even just that, but like,
Is there any kind of benefit I get for being size +1? Because Brawny makes my size bigger.
How tall are you?
Yeah, there would be a
Yeah.
benefit to that. I just don't know what offhand.
Yeah, he's like some big guy. Like the scrubs are like tight on him as he's walking
Well, they're just baggy on me.
around.
So
I still
you
don't
get to do
understand.
your strength die 1 higher is basically what the benefit would be for that. For strength roll, for carrying weight, and for something else. Encumbrance and minimum strength to use armor.
Okay, so it's nothing in this situation.
Not specifically about this. You say one more thing, and then Gates goes to grab her, and she grabs Gates by the front of his shirt, lifts him off the ground, and throws him.
Fucking big ass guy just got yeeted.
You just got yeeted by like 120-pound lady.
Oh my god.
Felix got yeeted by Sophie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So Gates gets lifted off of his feet and then thrown backwards onto a counter, and he like knocks all the paperwork and folders and shit that were on it off as he hits the ground. What do you do, Padre?
Yeah, he while she's doing that, he's going to immediately snatch the sheets off of the nearest bed,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to like basically wrap it around his fist, and he starts to pulls out his lighter and starts lighting it.
Okay. So you have all your stuff still on you?
Not all his stuff, just little shit. Like he doesn't, his gun and everything are back at the car. Like he wasn't gonna try and bring that into the hospital, but
Okay.
he's got his. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an agility roll. Okay. So you go and grab the sheet and like you rip it off the bed and like in one twirl, like wrap it around your fist, and you start to wrap it again. And you hear the clatter of the door as this nurse breaks through the door and starts running down the hall back towards the main area. Like as soon as you rip that thing off, she was gone.
So yeah, he's got the lighter out. He closes it. Runs over to Gates. Like, reaches out a hand. You all right, kid?
God damn, yeah. Oh,
Yeah. By the way, they're pretty strong.
yeah.
Well, it's not really probably the time for this, but why did you change?
Why did I?
Like, why are you wearing that? You could have just been praying over, like, your pastor. He could have just been bringing you to a patient to pray over them. I don't understand.
A pastor draws attention. Someone in scrubs, people don't pay any mind in the hospital.
Okay. Well, that's gone.
Well, we have to. We don't know how many of these things there are, so either we chase this down or we try and find another that isn't on to us yet. Actually, if she's afraid, then she might lead us to the brood mother. Fuck it, let's go. He takes off.
All right. All right.
All right. Who's taking helm? Padre?
He would just take off running right after he gets, Gates on his feet. So yeah.
Okay. Gates, Emily, go ahead and give me notice rolls to assist Padre.
How am I gonna unassist? You'll make this work somehow.
Go ahead and give me a notice roll with a +2, Padre. All right, so you break out into the hallway and you don't see any sign of this nurse that was just there, but you see the turned, confused heads of people that are looking down the hallway as if they just seen something crazy happening.
He's gonna yell, Which way did she go? She's an imposter.
They don't even question it. They just like point and they're like,
He looks back like, let's go. And then he starts running.
Hey.
Oof.
So as you run by, you notice that when you said that, that she's an imposter and you started running, that one of the people picked up a phone immediately.
Gates got the pan.
You picked the pan back up.
Yeah.
Oh.
we we can't be finding mirrors in every room we go to.
Don't really have time to stop and deal with the person picking up the phone, so just gonna continue pursuit.
Okay. So you take off running, and you come to this hallway, and you go left down the hallway towards where they pointed you to go to, and it tees off. It tees off to the left and to the right. The left goes towards the pediatric ward, and the right goes towards the wing of the building that was under construction.
Okay. Overcrowded hospital. Is there still people down there who might have seen this person run past?
You don't get any clear indications right now of anything more than they went. You're positive they went this way, but you don't know if they went left or if they went right.
Based off of what he knows from the book, he's gonna head for the pediatric ward.
Okay. Are you both following? Is Emily going off on her own, or is she following?
Only got a D6 in smarts. D6 disappeared. I tried to roll it. It's gone. Going with him.
Okay. So you guys head into the pediatric ward, and you see that the pediatric ward is not nearly as crowded as the rest of the hospital. There's a faint little tune that's playing on the speakers, this soothing, like, lullaby-ish music. And a nurse greets you, and she's like, "Can I help you guys?"
He's like, puts a hand on her shoulder. Yes, we were looking, for someone who's posing as a nurse. And, he looks at Gates, looks down at his, pan in his hand, and then, like, looks towards the nurse.
I can just imagine stopping at someone just staring at a pan. If Padre is looking over, I'll try to angle the pan.
Okay. Her reflection is clean. And she's like, if someone's trying to imposter a nurse, we should call security right now.
Right, but did you see anyone run in this area just before us?
No.
How long have you been here? In this immediate area?
I mean, for the most part, since 8:30 this morning.
Okay. So if anybody's came in or out the way we came in, you would have saw him, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. And then he turns and starts running towards the construction wing.
And she immediately hops on the phone.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, you book into this this area that's under construction, and there's a door that is closed with a sign on it that says under construction, authorized personnel only. And as you open up the door, there is another door on the other side of it that's like a makeshift door on like a partition wall. And the partition wall is just built out of like unfinished drywall and lumber.
Okay. Looking for any signs of that anything looks damaged, like someone came through here in a hurry and ran into something, or
Sure, give me a notice roll. Nothing looks damaged, but as you're like looking around to try to see things, you hear further in on the other side of the door the sound of like feet running. It's quiet for a second, and then you hear a.
he is running immediately to follow that sound.
Okay. So you open up the little partition door, and as you do, you see that there's a hallway that has no lights on in it. Except on the very end of it, there's a fire alarm that has a red light on it. And that's the only light that's coming from that end of the building. The only other light that would be coming in would be from behind you guys, where you came from. And there's walls that are partially built. Some of them have plastic tarped up. And the entire area has sort of a musty smell, like a real strong dust smell to it.
Okay. Either one of you bring a light.
My inventory, my light is in my backpack.
I mean, there's a flashlight, phone. Pull out the cell phone, use the flashlight app.
Okay.
Got it.
Padre's got an old ass flip phone that you don't even know how it's. So
You once saw
I
him
mean,
drop it and it broke the
obviously-
ground.
Oh, he's got a Nokia. Yeah, it's all right. Emily is obviously used to this. She's been around him 3 years now. It's fine. She's got this.
Like, oh yeah, I turn on my light. Emily turns on hers. Looks over at Padre. What the fuck?
I don't mind that.
You got a light? I got my phone. No, a light. Yeah, I got my phone. No, a light.
Light.
Like a flashlight, not a phone.
Phones are for calling, stupid.
Can't even press the button and light up with the screen. 'Cause it's
Hell
so
no, that's
dim.
backlit.
Right?
You gotta have light to see that shit. Yeah, so you shine the light from your flashlight, which is basically the only source of light that you have inside here. And as you guys start making your way through this hall that you're in, off in the distance, like on the other end, you can hear the sound of feet. You hear like plastic ruffling, and then the sound stops.
Okay. He's gonna get as close as he can to the last place they heard the sound, and then, like, slow down and start trying to listen for any noise that's echoing or coming through.
Sure. You guys designate one person to do a notice roll. Everybody else can do an assist roll, and this will be your notice roll for this entire scenario?
I'm decent at notice.
I think you guys should have Gates be the noticer, and then that's my personal opinion.
I'm good with doing the notice roll. I've got a D6 in notice, or I can
Okay.
support. I don't care.
I got a D8.
Oh, well then, yeah, I'll support you then.
This dude, I got a decent notice roll. He's got a D8.
Well, I am useful.
Oh!
God damn!
Oh!
There we go. Look at you.
Gates sees things. Do over the +1, John.
Alright. Oh, what is that? Hold on. I got one Benny left. Well, let's before this thing
Gates rolls a higher notice than one of you. You automatically have to Benny that.
Oh,
No, good enough.
All right. So you make your way to the end of the hall, like to where you heard the sound, and you guys start standing still, quietly listening, and you hear the shuffling of feet coming from the room to your left. This room has no drywall on it. It has the framing up, and then it has plastic tarping stapled to the drywall frames. I'm sorry, not the drywall, but the lumber frames. And you can kind of see through it into the room, but it's pitch black in there. You don't make out any movement.
He tightens the the sheet around, like wraps it around a few more times and tightens it.
You've been carrying the sheet with you this whole time?
The whole time.
Big old sheet. He has a sheet. I got a pad. Where'd they go?
and Emily is with these fools.
You and Gates
Emily's
are in
walking
street
around.
clothes. Padres in oversized scrubs.
Oversized scrubs with some church wear
With a
underneath.
fucking bed sheet.
There's someone impersonating nurses.
big old beard, long
The black guy in Montana. Do you know what the population of black people in Montana is? 0.5%. 0.5% of Montana's population is black. Yours is a black guy with long hair running around in oversized scrubs with a sheet wrapped around his fist talking about, there's an imposter here somewhere.
Some suspicious going on, y'all.
And these stupid white people are just like, yeah, we're going to help you out.
Don't worry, we're calling security. Okay. So he is going to pull off his scrubs. Looks at Gates and says, "Ready for your rematch?"
Oh, I'm ready.
He has one of you the shirt of the scrubs, the other one the pants. He's like, "We're gonna light these up when Gates is ready."
Emily will grab out her lighter because she's got one.
All right, perfect.
All right, so I'm just trying to decide how much of a dick I'm supposed to be at this moment.
Well, question.
Yeah.
How long are we playing tonight?
I don't know.
What's everybody got going on tomorrow?
I got Overwatch I gotta do tomorrow.
You got nothing going on tomorrow. It's fine. Okay. We have plenty of time then. I don't have school tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what is this game plan you guys got going on here?
Am I busting through the wall?
You do whatever you want to do, boo boo.
Only when you dive in a wall, you don't give yourself a concussion.
Hey, give me some credit.
This is not a complete wall, so just don't aim for the 2x4s.
Schmack.
All right. What's your guys' game plan here?
I think we're rushing in, fist blazing.
Yep, we're rushed in, like the scrubs and sheet on fire once we see an opportunity.
This is such a bad idea.
No, it's fine. Was there an actual doorway?
Yeah, there's a doorway.
Okay. There's a doorway, and I'm going like 2 feet to the left, busted into the wall. Never expected. Okay. You said it was covered with like a plastic sheet?
Yep.
Okay. So, I'll,
Are you guys lighting them on fire and then charging in, or are you charging in and then lighting it on fire?
Charging in, then lighting on fire.
Okay, sure. Yep. Go ahead.
Are we
Whatever
sure?
you're gonna do.
so, my
No, they
sheet,
can do whatever they want. Padre's gonna wait a second. If they want to light it first, that's fine.
Okay.
light mine first. As soon as I see the light catch, I'll go through. And as I'm going through, you guys light yours.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yes, but very quietly.
Okay, give me a stealth roll. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead and give me a D. Give me a D6.
Beat me to it. They're gonna jump out at me first.
Okay. So you go to light your scrub shirt on fire with a lighter and no fluid, and you're just holding it there, and it's just not doing much of anything. How about all three of you give me a common knowledge roll?
Okay, if it looks like it's not lighting right away, what he's gonna do is he's gonna take the top part of the Zippo off a little bit,
Okay.
and just kind of pour a little bit of the lighter fluid on each of them.
Okay.
And he's like, "Okay, now try it."
Okay, because go ahead and give me a common knowledge roll real quick so we could just make sure this is logical and sense of how you're doing it. Okay, so you all would know that bed sheets in a hospital are made from materials specifically not to be flammable. Specifically, and most fucking scrubs are made of rayon, which is, it doesn't burn really, like it can melt, but it doesn't really burn. So like the chemical agent you're adding to it would definitely be like necessary.
Look, if the hospital room is on fire that much, it's already too late for the fuckers. Right.
So yeah, you pour lighter fluid on. Granted, this is all taking time, and you guys have been standing outside of this door now for at least a good 30 seconds to a minute doing this shit. It lights on fire. Gates, you jump through. Give me an athletic roll. Don't crit fail.
Please don't
Tell me what to do.
You punch through the plastic that's
I have
Staple up.
I have a knife.
You punch through the plastic that's up. Your fist bursts right through the plastic, and then you struggle for a second to rip the rest of it to get your body through.
It's not very epic.
Rips through. Ah!
Sin, give me an agility roll, please. Okay. Yeah, fuck that.
Ha.
It's not giving me my +2. Hold on, that's supposed to be D12 +2.
Oh, they.
It is.
Nah.
What the fuck? And I'm rolling it with a +2.
Well, there you go. There's your result.
Die
It says
1d12
no.
+2. It's the
If you just roll the dice, it won't do any
No,
of
I'm
modifiers.
typing it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm actually typing die 1d12 +2, and it's not
Yeah.
adding in the +2 to it. So you know what? Fuck it. So we're gonna go with, what was my first roll? My first roll was a 6 with a +2 is an 8. Second roll was a 7 with a +2 is a 9. I'm gonna go with that one because that's more fun. And already burned the Benny. So you punch through, and then you tear the plastic and you get through. And as you do, you feel a pinch on your neck. And you look over to see the nurse that was in there standing with a syringe in your neck. And then you feel a cold sensation rush through. What do you do?
So I have. Himbo got a himbo.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna use my first strike edge.
Okay.
As soon as I am in her range, I'm gonna use that one free attack to shove.
Okay, you could shove, but she already injected you.
But doesn't first strike mean he gets to act first?
It means I can make a free attack.
As soon as
soon
as they come into range, you can make that free attack. But we just did a agility challenge between one another, and because the nurse's ability outranked his, that means that she gets to go first. So
You know what? Fuck it. I already got injected. Let's go for a grapple.
okay.
Athletics.
Athletics.
I use fighting.
To grapple?
Yeah. Did you say that's what it would be for like a test?
Yeah, you can do a fighting roll if you want to. I'll go ahead and pretend you didn't just roll that too.
I said it when I was rolling.
Hmm.
That's so shit.
This is +2.
I don't like that.
This is +2.
Okay, I'm not even gonna Betty.
So, a 22. So you go to grapple her, and she immediately like hits the inside of your arm, and you feel your arm kind of go down, and then all of a sudden you start feeling like everything's a little heavy, and your nose, your speech is a little slow.
Yeah, if you've been here.
All right. Well, it's a good thing I got backup right behind me.
Yep. Okay. So
We're out.
all right. So you guys see Gates punch a hole straight through this plastic and then start tearing it and wriggling his body through, and then you hear a bit of a scuffle.
He was in there for 2 seconds. He was just
He was
twitching
in
on
there
the
for
ground.
like 6 seconds. That's about all the time that he got. Who was going to Padre? Was that you?
So yeah, running in right behind him, and
So you get in there just in time to see him like grabbing at this nurse and her like hitting his arm. And as he does, you notice his arm kind of dangles and he like doesn't bring it back up.
Goes to make a swinging motion with his torso, but his arm just.
His flaming arm. And
so he is going to light his, and he's just gonna come at her swing.
okay. Go ahead and give me a fighting roll.
I ain't got fighting.
Well, how the fuck you gonna go in swing? You gotta go fighting roll.
It's all intimidation to get her back away from him. Really, he's not even really trying. Like it's more.
You can roll intimidation if you're trying to do it to intimidate.
I ain't got that either.
What the fuck? I'm a puncher. All right, roll fighting. I ain't got that. It's for intimidation. All right, roll intimidation. I mean, I ain't got that either.
I'm just saying. No.
What skills do you have?
I'm gonna start praying.
We need you to roll faith, see if God's gonna intervene right now.
Oh my god.
You start waving your fist around, and you see it kind of back off away from Gates a little bit. But you can see from the look in its eyes, it's trying to size you up. It doesn't appear to be intimidated by your tactics.
Bye.
What else you doing?
Right now, that's it. I'm just trying to buy them time to get in the corner of this bitch.
Do you have healing?
No.
Give me a notice. Give me a notice.
I'm the healer.
I don't fight. I don't intimidate. I don't heal.
Padre, give me a notice roll with a -2.
This is a fucking doctor scenario again.
Hey, look, I got the faith and the cult and all that shit going. You're supposed to be the muscle and the healer.
I've had some bad rolls.
Okay.
And I'm new, still learning.
Emily, you've seen Gates punch through the plastic and then wiggle his body through, and then you hear some scuffling and you see the Padre come in and you hear him like shouting, and you see the flicker of the flame from his fist kind of lighting up different areas of this plastic while you're still in the hallway looking in. What do you do?
I'm gonna get in there and fight this thing.
Are you gonna climb through the hole and the third person coming through?
Hey, how far from the doorway to this room are we?
Not far.
Okay, I'm gonna walk through the door.
Okay. So yeah, you walk through the door and you're kind of like in the flank of where this thing is at. It's standing there, and you could see briefly as the doctor, goddammit, as father is waving his flaming fist around, that's lighting up this nurse that's standing there in like a full offensive position at this point, kind of like squatted down, like lowering her center of gravity and her arms out, and she appears to be sizing up Padre and Gates over there. What do you do?
Well, I guess as I'm walking to the door, I try to light my bundle of cloth on fire too.
Sure.
And then go in, and then if I come up behind her, maybe I will just like kidney punch her or something.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a fighting roll. If you're wait. Okay, never mind.
I was gonna say you've been rolling really well. I'm so excited.
Hold on, you know what? I could Benny it.
You can do that if you want to.
But what were you gonna say? Hold on, wait, before.
Nothing. I'll tell you after.
No, see, you're gonna say something about the fact that my strength is a D4.
I'm not.
I just know it.
I'm not.
Okay. I'm gonna do it.
I was just gonna ask if you were actually trying to call out a kidney shot that you would have to actually add negative
No.
penalties to it.
No, I was just gonna punch her.
Okay. A 7 is enough to hit. You can hit her with a 7. What is do you have anything for like melee fighting or like improvised weapons or like anything?
I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand?
Any edges that'll make your unarmed attacks deal more damage.
I just no.
Okay.
Oh. Hey, hold on 1 second. I do have improvised weapon. Would this flaming bed sheet on my fist count as an improvised weapon?
Alternatively, if I had thought about it.
Kind of, yeah. What does your thing say for that?
I'll have to pull it up.
Just click on your character sheet and go to your edges.
Well, no, I have it on the character sheet, but oh wait, here we go. Improvised. Right, there we go. Heroes often find themselves fighting with a piece of equipment furnishings not designed for combat. A brawler with this edge has a knack for using such improvised weapons. He ignores the usual -2 penalty when wielding them.
Oh no, you wouldn't have got anything for that then.
Okay.
Not for this case at least. All right. Emily, go ahead and roll me a strength die. Go ahead and roll me a second strength die. Okay. So you come in from behind with this punch to her core, and she sees you coming, and she kind of like jumps backwards, and she jumps onto the wall like a spider, and she has all 4 of her limbs on the wall, and she is just clinging to the wall looking at you, and she is making this screeching noise at this moment. But now it's her turn.
Wait!
Down here and fight me, you bitch.
That's all you got?
You feel like my grandmother. All right, so add 2 to this number. Ooh, that's a bad number.
Like it.
Well,
approve.
let's see if this is important. That's a crit fail.
Oh! Get on my level.
So she jumps off of the wall and lunges at you, Padre. What do you do?
If I get in action, he is going to like basically like unclench his fist that was holding the sheet on him,
Uh-huh.
and he's going to try and like toss it at her so it just kind of covers her as she jumps at him.
Okay. Give me an athletics roll.
Why gotta be that though?
That's the skill for throwing shit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, cool. So you toss this flaming sheet onto her, and I'm trying to think of what's gonna be the best approach for this here. Hold on, I need to look this up. I want it to be cool.
Okay, I gotta pee.
No, don't go pee, you're gonna miss it.
I can listen.
No, it's
but
gonna
I'll
be
go
cool,
pee.
don't go. I promise.
Go pee.
I promise, it's gonna be so cool, don't go.
No.
No. Why is it so hard to find this? I know what I can look up. Hold on, lava. Ah, here we go. This is easier. Give me a D6, John. Okay.
Yeah.
So because she crit failed, I'm gonna say that she lunges at you and you kind of like unwrap like a length of it and kind of toss it over her and it sticks to her and she starts to do that screeching noise as she's like flailing to get this flaming sheet off of her. I'm gonna give her distracted and vulnerable, and I will if she can't get the sheet off on her turn, then you get to do that again. Gates. How you doing, buddy?
You tell me. I'm feeling great.
I've been better.
Give me a vigor roll with a -2. Okay. So you start to feel the effects of whatever's exiting you really bad. You feel yourself winding down. You can still go this round, but you're making all things you do with a -4.
Cliff, I love you.
So lunges off the wall at Padre. Padre throws the sheet over. You turn your head to see this, and you see it flailing to get this burning sheet off. And you're moving really fucking slow, but you're still moving.
All right. I know what to do.
Okay.
Perfect thing.
Okay.
Gonna square up.
Okay.
Wild swing.
Okay.
This should negate some of my penalties.
So the wild swing negates 2, doesn't it?
I think so.
Or do you take a 2 penalty? No, you take a 2 penalty to anything they do to you, right?
Right, it's a
Okay.
2 on both sides.
So go ahead and do your roll with a -2. So you're doing it with a -4. You're going to offset 2 of that with the reckless swing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Where is it at? I was in. It's range this entire time, right? Moving towards it isn't going to give me my free.
No, you guys never left melee range.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, you guys are like in you guys are in an unfinished hospital room. Like the room itself is only like 15 feet long by like 12 feet wide, if that. Probably even smaller than that. So yeah.
Okay.
All right, there you go. What are you doing? A fighting roll? So
Yeah.
you have to do that against their parry. What are ties? Ties in the defender's
don't
favor,
know.
I think.
So
Bro, really? Hold on. I'm looking for ties, and it's like giving me like authorities, penalties. No, I want ties with a space in front of it, motherfucker. Thing.
did we put a space and then?
It doesn't do it in a PDF search, apparently.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that ties are in the defender's favor, so.
Okay. Then he gets his frenzy attack as well.
Sure. Are you doing that reckless too?
It's for an entire round.
Okay.
It's like it's like D&D reckless. You announce it at the beginning. Shut up! I'm doing my best. I'm a Betty that one. Fuck. Fuck. That's all I'm gonna get. You need a 5. I got you. Alright. So Unsuccessful, but he's up. He's
Oh wait,
swinging.
No, wait. So so she's vulnerable.
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
So that's a -2. So I'll give you back a Benny actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's vulnerable. So it's a -2. So your 5 actually hits. So go ahead and roll damage with a +2 because you did reckless.
Get this game.
okay. I'm a Benny that one.
Okay. Okay. So
Okay.
I think it's gonna be better if you explain this. What does this look like?
So, he's struggling to get up, and with with his hindrance, he just wants this thing dead. So with all of his energy, he throws himself on top of this, fist first where the head would be, and um doing like a punching motion as he punches, collapses on top of it, grabs the head and slams it on the floor as they both fall down, then rolls away, just still struggling to move.
So all of that shit that you did absolutely nothing to this thing, but as it hits the ground and you press that fiery sheet over top of it, you hear it start to scream out in this loud screech, and then there's just a and you feel this gust of wind rush by you before you collapse onto the ground. And as you look to your left, and your vision is starting to trail a bit as you look, everything's kind of you see the shape of like a humanoid under the sheet kind of like deflate into the sheet just resting on the ground, and then there's this burning sheet here, and you see this poof of ash shoot out from underneath it.
That like rolling over away from the fire.
Good job, kid. It's like, reaches down to help you up like last time.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
Can't even
Yeah.
look
takes
at
like
how it's
a few
fucking
seconds.
I don't understand. I'm reaching up there. What's happening? Why are you grabbing my hand?
Kind of go behind him, pick him up around the waist and start pulling him out.
Give me an athletics roll with a -2 actually, because he's one size larger.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
So,
So it takes a minute, but you manage to grapple him up, and you're dragging him backwards. And as you make it into the hallway, you see that there is a familiar face standing there looking at you. And as you have like gates in your arms and you're struggling to drag him backwards, you see that Rhonda is standing there, and she's like, "Are you guys all right? We got like 3 calls that you guys ran back here chasing after someone."
yeah, but this guy was attacked. We need some help here. And he's just gonna like look for one of the wheelchairs that I'm sure is lining the hallways there.
No, there's
He's gonna
no
try and-
wheelchairs in here. This is all a construction zone, man. There ain't no medical shit really.
Oh, we gotta go further down.
Yeah, you guys are still in the area that's completely under construction.
Help me get him to where we can get him in a wheelchair.
Okay, and she like runs over to grab his feet. What are you doing, Emily? Why you roll notice for?
I was gonna see if like that mirror tray was on the ground and I could see Rhonda in it. Like, is she human?
Gates, what did you do with the medical tray?
He would have left it before he charged so triumphantly through the door.
So like you'd have like dropped it in the hall somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so you see it laying on the ground, but like I said, it's pitch black in here, so like from its current angle,
Okay.
you can't really... Wait. So, do you still have a flaming fist?
I mean, if
I-
it
I
hasn't
would've-
gone down.
I would have taken that off of him
not
if
you.
it didn't fall off.
You threw yours off. I was saying Emily, though.
Oh.
I mean, it's a light.
Sure. Do you still have it?
Oh,
Okay. So yeah, so she runs over and she like picks Gates up, like picks his legs up as you're like holding him by his arms, and she's like, she looks over at you and she's like, "What are you guys doing? What happened to him?"
Oh God, good.
Think that about sums it up.
it's been a weird day.
There was a crazy person posing as a nurse, stuck him with some needle, made him all numb. You got anything that could help that?
Do you know what it was that he was injected with?
Em, can you grab the syringe that she had?
I can look for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could find it if you
yeah.
go back in the room.
Okay, but like, okay, yeah. Here it is.
Is that you're going back in there to find it then?
I guess so.
Okay.
But like, am I gonna die?
What?
Like, we have not verified that this was the only one in there.
No, you haven't.
And this screeching and no, I'm sorry. The odds are there was nothing on the syringe anyways. What are you gonna do? Test the little minuscule amount of residue? No, thank you. I'm not
You're
trying
like
to be.
a few feet away.
But those fuckers are strong, and they can climb on the fucking walls.
Uh-huh.
Can't do much from the Raptor though.
Emily has seen worse shit in 3 years.
She's alive because she doesn't do dumb shit like go off on her own.
We're still in
Haven't
the
you been going
same.
off on your own this entire night?
Okay, listen, that's different.
Okay.
Like this is their little nest area, and it's dark, and one of them is completely out of commission.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm
what is
saying-
Emily doing then?
Taking the burning thing off of her arm and stomping the flame out.
Okay. Add 2 to this number. Padre, I need either a strength or an athletics challenge roll.
Oh, she gonna steal me?
Holy shit, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, but Cliff, you
yeah.
never determined if I could see her face in the reflection of the thing.
I
But
thought
you still have to.
I thought I was pretty clear on it's pitch black in there, so you can't.
But then you were like, wait, do you still have the flamey thing? And I did.
Right.
But then you just
Right.
said that you threw it on the ground and stomped it out.
But
Afterwards.
that was because I had thought we had finished that discussion, covered it, but I still had the thing, and so did I see it before? Like, if I looked before stomping the thing out, would I have seen? And if I had seen that, I probably wouldn't have stomped out the only flame if they're weak to flame.
Okay, sure. You managed through the little bit of light that you had on that to see her reflection, and she appeared to have like gray, like scaly, slimy skin. You couldn't see her face or anything. You could only make out like her arms and her like lower half from the angle of it. But her arms, you swear, look like they were scaly and slimy. Could have been just the
Okay,
dark
nothing-
and the lighting, but you could swear by it.
Alright, well then we're gonna keep our little flamey thing on my hand, because... Listen, Rhonda, I don't trust you.
So you okay. So as you're like looking like this, she grabs Gates' legs and she starts to walk. Padre's walking backwards down the hall, back out towards like the hospital proper. She's got his legs, and Padre, you feel her tense up and pull him towards her, and you manage to wrap your arms around his and like hold steady as you feel her pulling, and you feel yourself being dragged backwards by this tiny old lady.
He's got to yell. This is one of them, M. Get her. His hands are full. Like he can't let go.
So, okay. So that's your turn. Gates.
Oh, no.
Go ahead and give me a vigor roll at a -4.
Am I dying?
No.
You're ripping.
Okay.
I'm not doing much, though.
You can still attempt to do things this turn, but you are doing them at a -6.
Okay.
And you are currently your arms are being held by the Padre, and your legs are being held by the Rhonda. What you doing?
I could pull out my Glock.
I don't think you carry the Glock into.
Dick gun? Like your hands? I'm kind of...
Oh, yeah.
It's fine.
He didn't say he could use his hands to pull it out, Emily.
I wasn't talking about my gun either. I was talking about my gun. We'll whip out the Glock.
You don't know what the Glock is a nickname.
Right.
It rhymes with Glock.
Alright, we're gonna try and kick her.
Okay. Give me a fighting roll at a -6.
Leaving you.
Not much else I can do. Oh no. I was gonna say, if I do this.
For the record, this is why I'm allowing you to roll it still, is because you may get that miracle roll off, but really you're being knocked out. Yeah, so in your mind, right, you bolster up so much strength, you're about to just but in actuality, your leg just kind of twitches a little bit. You want to try your second attack?
I got a second attack, huh? Let's see. -6. I got a feel for it now. Oh, I see the 6. I was like, oh, explode. No. All right, that's it for me.
Okay. Emily, Padre just yelled, she's one of them. What do you do?
I mean, I already thought she was, so I'm running towards her, trying to get her hands off of Gates. It's like, what the fuck is this?
This guy.
Trying to get her hands off of 16 Vivian, no, fucking no. Absolute no,
The Glock.
Not X. No.
All right, so
Best
you're gonna
bet?
run up
No.
on her, and then what?
She's gonna do the maneuver she calls the Glock Bach.
The Glocka Blocka.
Gates starts freaking out more.
I will just like swing at her near where her arms are, chest area.
Are you aiming?
Not
Okay.
specifically, just
Okay.
like body.
Okay.
Not like I'm gonna punch this bitch in the nipple. Just like somewhere in here.
Just you're gonna punch?
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a fighting roll, please.
Okay. No.
You're doing better than I am.
I only got one more Benny. And alright, we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
That's a hit. Go ahead and give me a strength roll, please.
Oh, cool! So I punch him instead. Cool.
You can't crit roll damage. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's only crit rolling it because you're rolling it as an attribute die. A 1 just means you got a 1, which means that like you just didn't do it.
She punched me in the Glock. She did the maneuver.
Okay, so you run up to do that, and she steps sideways onto the wall, and she twists Gates' legs as she's standing on the wall, and you just through. Now it's her turn.
Am I numb?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so I'm like, oh, I ain't supposed to bend like that.
Add 2 to this number. Nah,
Gabe's
fuck
like,
that.
what happened? Nothing. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I heard a snap. I didn't feel anything, but I heard it.
No. You're supposed to bend that way. It's fine. So add 2 to that number is 6. Emily, what's your parry?
4.
Awesome. Okay, I don't have to Benny that then. Improvised weapons.
Am I being used as a weapon? I'm 100% okay with this.
No.
Okay. So the damage that I have to roll for a heavy object, which a head-sized rock, a metal chair, a duffel bag full of guns, those are things considered heavy. I'm thinking that you're probably more than that, but I don't want to kill her outright. I have to roll a strength plus a D8, okay? Her strength roll is a D12 plus 2. So add 2 to this. So 6, and then I have to roll a D8, which is this guy. So 11. What is your toughness? Emily.
It's 6. I said it like 3 times. I don't know why it didn't work. Like
Your
I said the
toughness is
words.
6?
Yes.
Okay, so I got an 11, which is 1 wound. So you go to run up and punch, and while she's still holding Gates' leg, she kind of scuffles up the wall, so she's like standing sideways, twists his like torso around like this, and she pulls him out from the Padre's grip, spins and hits you with him, and you both go flying down the hallway.
Has security arrived yet? I need to be arrested right now.
Well, fancy you say that, John. High or low?
Low.
Hey, you see someone else come through the door, and the door shuts behind them, cutting all the lights out from it. You guys are now standing in a pitch black room other than the light from Emily's torch and the red light at the end on the fire alarm. Other than that, it is pitch black in here. Padre, you just had Gates tugged from you. She swung, hit them. Gates and Emily went cascading down the hallway. She's standing on the wall. Kind of crouched down, but just her feet are touching. And she is basically standing on the wall like this. And after she swings and sees them going, she snaps her head over to you. And she goes, I told you you should probably get out of here before an accident happens to you too.
You know what? I was fucking suspicious of that. Just didn't say anything. I was like, this shitty mother.
Here comes the cavalry. Help arrives from a source turned by the GM. Okay, you got it. Padre, that just happened. What you doing?
Padre is going to run in front of Emily and just he flicks open his lighter and just takes up a defensive stance and God is with me. Do your worst.
So just for clarity, you have to run past her to get over there.
Can't run around her at all?
Not really. You're in a hallway that's...
All right, gonna run, tuck and roll.
Okay, we'll go by that.
You can do withdrawal or no, defend before you move, and it'll give you a +4 to your parry. But that's your action if you do that.
Okay, because he's not really doing anything else but trying to defend her. So
okay,
that's the plan.
Okay, so you're gonna run. You're gonna run and try to go underneath her grip, tuck and roll.
Whatever looks like the best option to get around her, to put himself between that and Emily.
Okay, add 2 to this number. So an 8.
Okay.
What is your parry?
That's a hit.
And what's your parry?
2.
2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, because you get +4, so that would be 6. Which means that it's still a hit.
That one doesn't go to the defender. That's plus.
You gotta add 2 to this. Yeah, it's not adding my 2 for some reason. So it's an 8, not a 6. So yeah. Okay, so.
The fuck was that?
What the
Sounded like the Metal Gear Solid fucking alert sound, like a guard just found us.
Right.
It was a drawer.
Add 2 to this number.
This is why I mute
5.
myself.
What's your toughness?
When shit makes noise.
Toughness is a 4.
Okay, so that means that you are shaken. So you go run and slide underneath, and she takes this swipe at you, and you feel like some of your hair get hit and just kind of into the air as you're sliding past, and then you stand up and tell her God is with me. But you're shaken from that one. You know that you're in a situation at this moment.
Yep.
All right. Gates, go ahead and give me a vigor roll at a -8. Oh, wait, no, sorry, -6. Vigor roll at a -6.
I have a good feeling about this one.
It'll go well.
Okay.
So
go ahead and do whatever you want to do, but you are doing it at a -8, and you will go unconscious at the end of this round. So you're a couple feet down the hallway, laying on top of Emily. and the Padre is standing in front of you, guarding you both.
I can't do any kind of healing roll to stabilize or
Healing rolls take 10
anything.
minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get off of Emily so she doesn't have to struggle with that. And I'm going to just hand her my knife, I guess, so she has a weapon.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. He's like, and Sam.
What? Ting, ting, ting.
Thud. All right, Emily, your turn. You have Gate standing next to you, looking like a fucking character in Mortal Kombat, waiting for the other character to perform and finish him. You got the Padre standing in front of you, kind of separating you from this nurse that is still standing on the wall. You can barely, just from the light of your torch and the red blinking light on on the fire alarm, you can just barely make out her silhouette from like a strobe fashion almost, as she's like crawling towards you on the wall.
Like that. I don't
And then
like
she's also
that.
making like a noise.
Awesome. My favorite. Yeah, so she's going to grab this knife.
Okay.
Which listen, I'm not used to being smart. I am not smart. It's fine. Cannot do things.
You're not used to being smart and not smart?
Okay, no. I said I am not smart. I'm not used to being smart. I'm not smart.
To be fair,
To be fair.
neither is Emily.
Yeah, you're right, though.
So just do what you would do in this situation. What would you do if you were standing in a dark hallway of an abandoned section of a hospital and there was a nurse crawling on the wall making screeching noises at you? What would you do?
See, I don't have 3 years of hunting experience, so I would
You're a
probably
mother.
run screaming. Okay.
You got this.
No fucking kids.
You've seen the kids doing shit like that before, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm gonna pick up this knife.
Okay.
And I guess I'm just stab, slash, cut in some way, harm this creature.
So you're gonna run past the Padre and you're gonna stab this thing with the knife?
I don't know. I'm gonna die, guys.
So
You.
So let me
I'm not gonna
remind
do
you
anything.
that you can assist the Padre.
Yeah.
You can do defensive shit for yourself. You don't have to go this round. You can do things like aim. You can do things like if you have anything with you that you think might be good to use in these scenarios, you could use it. Or you could just go run and stab the motherfucker. It's all up to you.
You know, if I'd have said a sawed-off shotgun instead of a pump-action one, I could have that bitch in my bag. But no. Mistakes were made. I guess
If you lived to make it out of here, you could always saw the tip off that motherfucker.
I might fucking do it. Yeah, so I guess I will stand up and do defensive things.
You're gonna defend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna give you a +4 to your parry until the start of your next turn.
If you don't move, you're immune to free attacks. If you do move, then you just get the +4.
Okay. So after you is the nurse.
Here comes the fuck.
And she is crawling down the hall, the walls of the hall. I go, "Ah!" And then she says, "What a shame." And then she lunges at the Padre. Add 2 to this number. Ooh.
Oh.
Hey.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's just a 3, so it doesn't hit. So she jumps at you, and you manage to get out of the way of it, and she hits the ground next to you. She like skids a bit on the unfinished floor, bumps into Gates.
Hey.
And then you hear the sounds of feet hitting the floor, and you hear it picking up pace into a full sprint as a figure at the end of the hallway is coming directly towards you. Padre, your turn.
He is going to. Well, first off, how do you get rid of shaking?
Just roll vigor. You get a free roll of it right now, no matter what.
Okay. I thought it automatically rolled those things.
It does if we were doing actual combat turns, but
Gotcha.
I'm doing it more narratively. You are no longer shaken. You can remove that if you want.
Okay. He is going to, if need be, reposition himself to be between himself and those two. And he's going to say, get him out of here. I'll buy you some time. And he's like gesturing towards, I'm assuming that light you said is at the exit at the other end of the hall.
It's a fire alarm, but yeah, there's an emergency exit.
Okay. Yeah, he gestures to that, and then he just, refocuses himself at this thing.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
Are you gonna do defense again?
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah.
Okay. Gates. You go unconscious at the end of this round. Go ahead and roll vigor at a -8. Okay. Pretty good, actually. Everything that you do on this round has a -8 to it. And at the end of it, you are going to pass out, collapse. The drugs have fully taken effect. It's been a minute.
All right. Whoever Padre has been gesturing us to go, Gates is gonna slowly start moving his way over there.
Okay. You can give me a run die.
Is that at a -8?
Do the run die at a -2. You're a little woozy, like borderline unconscious, but -8 seems unfair. Okay.
Hard to get a little woozy.
Okay, so you you start heading down the hallway. You're like kind of stumbling, and like you like hit the wall and drag yourself across it for a second, and then pull yourself back up as you make your way towards the end of the hall where the fire alarm and the emergency exits are. All right.
Then skid on my face at the end of the round.
Well, before you do that, Emily, what are you gonna do?
She's gonna help Gates move
Okay.
down the hall.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll at a -2.
Oh, well, I'll take 2 off of that.
Yep. Still good. Yeah.
Oh,
So.
right, I'm wounded. I forgot. It's so weird for me.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. Give me a vigor roll real quick. Okay. So you remain shaken, which means that you can't take an action. All you can do is take your movement. So you go moving down the hall. Gates, you see, start to wobble, and you go to catch him, and he just hits the ground.
Man. I tried, man.
Oh man, that sucks, bro.
I've only known you for a week, motherfucker. I don't give a shit. All right. It's the nurse's
Gotta be the
turn.
fastest.
John, add 2 to this number.
Okay.
7.
See.
That hit your parry?
1 over.
Yeah, 1 over.
Okay. Add 2 to this. 10, 11. What's your toughness?
Is it +4 on toughness too, or just the parry for defense?
I think it's just a parry.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
forgot. You had 4 on the parry, so the first one didn't hit you then, right?
Oh
Was
no,
1 over.
parry is 6 with the defensive stance.
Oh, with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is your toughness?
Only 4.
Okay, so a 9 means that you get a wound.
Okay.
So as they take off running, she goes to chase after them, and you position yourself in between. And she takes you with one hand, and she grabs you by the chest and slams you against the wall as she continues running past you towards them. You take 1 wound, but do you have any bennies left?
No.
Okay. Then yeah, that is a wound. And if you want to, you can make an attack of opportunity against her because she is moving past you.
Okay.
It'd be a fighting roll.
Can I make an attempt to trip her with that fighting roll?
Yes.
All right. Well, it's unskilled anyway with the wound, so it's not gonna fucking matter. Let's see what happens. Nope.
Oh, so close.
So close.
Yeah, so you get pushed against the wall and you try to trip. She like hops over and she starts charging down the hallway on all 4s. Padre, you see a figure run down the hall and run past you.
Okay.
Are you gonna try to do anything?
And can I see who this is or what this is?
Give me a notice roll with a -2.
Top of the wound. Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna work.
You can't make out who this is. They're running really fast. They are running upright, but they are running past, and they are running in the direction of the nurse, Emily, and Gates.
He is going to make a grab at this person, assuming, I mean, the logical thing to do would be for him to assume that this is another changeling coming to back up the nurse.
Agreed. Okay, go ahead and do another fighting roll. Okay. So this thing just kind of runs past you before you even get a chance to see what's going on. And All right. I didn't mean to do that. That works though. All right. Padre, your turn. You're no longer shaken. You've seen that other figure run past you. And it looks like it tried to grab the nurse.
Shit. Okay. He is going to run over, and he is going to try to assist with grabbing the nurse.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll. That'll do.
Yes.
Okay. You are still shaken, Emily. You can only do free actions, so you cannot help Gates to his feet. You can keep running if you want to, though. You're on mute.
I know. I said this is some bullshit, and then I said, and I'm muted. I'm not gonna just leave him there. So, have I caught up to him yet?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, then I will stay there.
Okay, you're just gonna stay there?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know what else I can really do.
Let me see. Is defend considered a free action? Or is it considered
if
an
it takes
action?
Like, if it's all you can do. Because otherwise, I mean, sure, I'll defend. That sounds great.
Why is defender such a common term? It says take the defend option, but it doesn't say the defend action. Okay, defend 100. Here we go. Disarm, evasion. What? I'm so confused. Defend. Okay. Character can choose to focus all her energy and skill in defending against a melee attack with the defend maneuver. This increases her parry by +4 in her entire turn. She cannot perform multi-actions. She may move normally but may not run. The bonus lasts until the beginning of her next turn. I'm going to say that you probably can't do anything then. So, yep. So you can't do anything. All right. So this thing's running towards you. You're going to stand your ground by your new fallen friend. Gates. Give me a vigor roll at a -8. If you manage to make this at any of these rolls, you'll come back. But until then, someone needs to find either an antidote or you're gonna have to sleep this one off, big guy. All right. So add 2 to this number. 5 does not work. Okay. Add 1 to this number. That's not the right die. Add 1 to this number. Hey. All right. So 14. This person that ran in there runs up behind the nurse and kind of like grabs her behind the arms in like a full Nelson. And like grabs her and throws her against the wall just as you're getting there, Padre, and you like push against the wall with them. Padre, your turn.
Let's see here. Okay, so what he'll do is he will take the very last of his the fluid in his Zippo, and he wants to pour it on her head and just take the wick and just doop, right on top of it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really see a need to do much rolling there even. Yeah, go ahead and roll 2d6.
I like one of you.
Give me another d6 actually, because that one should have aced. Give me another d6. All right. So we got 6, 12, 13, or 6, 12, 23. 23 damage, yeah. So you pour the fluid on top of the nurse and you light it, and there's just this horrible scream as this flame bursts over her entire body, and the person that was standing next to you kind of pushes off as this happens, and they just erupts into ash, and you just see the ash kind of catch this breeze that doesn't even exist in this hallway. Somehow it's floating on this breeze as it sails off into the distance.
And in the light of this flame, he's gonna get a look at their helper.
Yeah, it's just this this very plain looking guy. Looks relatively young, and he's wearing scrubs.
Oh. Yeah. He's, bless you, child. That we might have perished if not for you.
And he just looks at you kind of stoically, and he's like, "Have you fought these things before?"
These particular things, no. But it's good that we had someone else to see and witness what just happened. My friend here, he's like holding his side. He's like, he could use some help here. Someone as strong as yourself.
Oh,
Sorry,
what's the matter with him?
He was given something to render him unconscious by one of those things.
Well, if you can see what he got, I can figure out how to reverse it.
All right, didn't catch your name, kid. What's your name?
My name is Charles Miller.
Son of a bitch. Well, Miller, you grab my friend there, and I will get the needle. He goes in to look for the syringe.
Alright, so this little young looking guy walks up next to you, Emily, and tries to pick up Gates laying on the ground. He's like, "Can you give me a hand here?"
Yeah, I can try.
Go ahead and do an athletics roll.
Nope.
Okay.
Sure fucking can't.
So he's kind of struggling to get him up on his own. It should be with a -2, so it's actually a 3. He's struggling to get him up on his own. Padre, you go into the room and you find the syringe, which is kind of like kicked off to the corner of the room, and you also find an empty vial, empty glass vial.
Yep, grabbing them both and heading out to help them get some help.
All right, we need to get him out into the hospital quick. We're in their den.
Have you encountered these things before? You don't seem very surprised.
I don't know how to break this to you guys, but there are monsters in this world. And I'm part of a group that call ourselves hunters. And I've been tracking this den for about a year now.
Is that right? Well, we may have more in common than you think, but we will get to that later. And he's just leading them down the hall and opening the door for them.
Yeah, so you guys get out the door into the hospital proper, and he kind of points over and he's like, points at Emily and he's like, go over there and get him a wheelchair. What are you doing? Go!
Gotta go. God damn. I was muted. I'm gonna cut this guy.
So yeah, you bring the wheelchair over, he plops Gates into it, and then he runs off into one of the rooms, and you see him kind of like rummaging through a cabinet.
It's fine.
And he comes back out, and he has this syringe filled up and with this kind of like translucent yellow liquid. And he's like, all right, I'm going to inject this into your thigh, and there is a 25% chance you're going to piss yourself. And he does it. Sin, roll me a D4. Just because I want to have more fun with this. Hey! You piss yourself.
Nah, no. Nah, no.
Okay. So he injects this into your leg, and Gates, all of a sudden your body feels this rush of warmth fall over your body. You almost get the feeling like you pissed your pants because everything is so warm radiating in that area. And you feel your eyes dilating, and you feel your heart just... And then suddenly, you can move again.
Slowly, like, start to stand up and just make my way over to a bathroom.
Padre's going to inspect Emily to see if she's hurt.
Emily has a nice, if you were like lift up her shirt, like she has a bruise that would start like mid chest and it goes down to like her belly button. This oddly gate-shaped bruise across her torso.
In front of his face.
It's just a smile.
No.
Eyes are like rolled back and he's smiling.
Mr. Miller, you think you can get her some assistance? He's like holding his own side, but only pointing to her.
How about both of you come into here and sit down on one of these beds?
All right, and we'll have to Will we be fine here? I'm pretty sure they called security on us. Ugh.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I think security's in on it. I've been trying to track down which one of these is the brood mother, but I haven't found her yet. I just came here about a month ago when they moved in. I've been tracking them all across the states, and I followed them here to Montana. Weird things have been happening here ever since, and I know that they were the cause of it. But from what I could tell, I found 4 adults, which is not normal for these things.
No, not at all. As they're going into the room, he is checking every reflective surface in here, whether it be a cabinet, window, whatever, just to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like a glass window and everything. And you look around and you see like Miller's reflection.
Gates like wobbles back. Are you safe?
Not really. We're in. I don't want to alert you, but there are monsters in this world.
I'm shocked. Go over to Padre. Why are you holding your side? Lay down.
He like sits up on the bed. He pulls out his book, flips it to the page that he had bookmarked on the Changelings, and slides over to Miller. Believe us, we know all about it. He just kind of lays down, wincing.
He's like, "Do you know what you're doing?"
Yeah.
Well, it's good because I'm not really a doctor.
Again, I'm blowing my mind here.
Believe you, Miller.
I don't got any bennies.
I can try to help.
Wait.
But I'm not a doctor.
Just give me some pain pills. I'll be fine. Just make sure she's okay.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, lay down.
Fine.
Yeah.
Took care of that one. I know exactly where my face came into contact.
Gage's like, "This is an oddly me-shaped bruise across your torso. Here's a Tylenol. I don't know what else to do for this." Yeah, you can remove that wound, Allie. And Gates, the whole time you've been doing this, is reading this. He's like, "Is this a witch's handbook? I haven't seen one of these in like 15 years.
Yeah, I'm not a member of your digital age. This is something that these creatures can't manipulate with your Wikipedias or whatever.
You know that like fire and shit can hurt these though, right?"
Yep, that's why I burned the one that you saw and the one before that.
No, I mean the book.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. Taking great care to make sure it pretty flame resistant. For the most part.
Really?
No, see, look, it just totally is. I'm sorry, mister. So yeah, he's like, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that this is gonna help us too much here.
Do you have some place we can go rest? We talk about all this.
I don't think that we're gonna make it out of here. I think at this point we have to fight. Good news is, I think you guys got 2 of them. That means there's like 2 more that I know about, but I don't know which one of them, if either one of them are the brood mother.
Oh,
Well, we
you
need
got to jump on me last time. It's fine now.
We'll need access to fire. What can you do for us?
He like goes over to her shelf and pulls out like a wad of gauze and cotton balls and like some bottles of isopropyl alcohol. There's a lot of shit you can burn in a hospital.
Perfect. Anything in an aerosol?
No, not really.
All right.
I mean, if you got time, we could probably take like an inhaler and we could rig it to make it like an explosive, and then if we take some of the alcohol and then put it in it, it could be like a firebomb. But I don't think we have that much time.
Yeah, I don't think we have that kind of time. That was the last of my lighter fluid. I can make a spark, but that's about it.
Well, every night when I track these things, they head down to that hallway there. So my initial thought was they had their den in the pediatric unit because they're changelings. But
Yeah.
and they have to be in the abandoned area, I guess. That's so cliche.
Yeah. Away from wandering eyes. Apparently it's been working so far. Well, I guess we need to set up our ambush there. So they're going to be coming looking for what happened to their comrades.
Well, they already know. That's how I knew you guys were down there. My guess is they're already looking for you. The safest place we could be is here so people can see us. But we can't do anything to them then.
Very true. Well, we'll need to be able to identify them.
Well, I mean,
How
I
many-
can tell you right away. So, you got the 2 that you took care of. And then there's Sarah. And then there's Teresa. Those were the other 2. I was positive that Teresa was the den mother, but she's not.
Huh.
That's why I haven't
Well.
struck sooner. I wanted to find her, because if we could take her out, then all the rest of them die too.
Did either one of you encounter a Teresa?
Yeah, we both did.
Mm-hmm.
What about Sarah?
Not me.
I think so.
All right. Mr. Miller, would you be able to point out Sarah if you saw her?
Yeah, she usually doesn't work till night. She's in the ER staff.
All right. So she's not here yet, but Teresa is.
Yeah, last time I seen Teresa, she was heading down this way after the call to security came out.
Okay, so how do we draw her here?
The only thing I had going for me was the element of surprise, and that's gone now.
Are there any mirrors in this room?
No, there's like glass cabinets. You guys could say that one of you picked up that fucking surgical tray on the way out if you want.
I can go grab it. The body's burnt up and stuff, but anything they were wearing, is that still there?
No, changelings are clean kills. They just do all the work for you. No messy bodies, no nothing.
No
Chupacabra, on
leftover
the other
wallet.
hand, they're a pain in the ass.
Very true.
Sorry, Father.
We have worse problems right now. All right. Looking around for like any sort of gowns or clothing, scrubs, anything whatsoever in this room.
There's a couple of the backless gowns like that the patients would put on. Like the ones that they tell you to take your clothes off and then your ass is all hanging out of, those.
Mm-hmm.
One of us needs to somewhat disguise yourself and go out and see if you can find this Teresa. So we can at least take her out before Sarah arrives. That would be better than trying to take them both on at the same time. Then we go from there.
If I was a betting man, I would bet that all of them have been alerted already. They don't like people messing with their families.
Understandable.
So I'm thinking if we find one, we're going to find all of them. And as tough as they are, the brood mother, that's a whole nother beast.
Oh. We'll have to worry about that later. We have no way out. Do you have a crew that you roll with?
Just me.
Let's see.
Lone wolf, baby.
God must be with you.
He reaches in his shirt and pulls out a cross.
Well, let's we can't do anything to them. They can't do anything to us if there's too many eyes, right?
Right.
So we either wait here until they find us or we walk out and just stay in the public eye while we get escorted out or arrested, whichever one's security are instructed to do at this point.
I mean, you guys can go if you want to, but I've been following this for too long. And chances are, with them knowing that they've been exposed, if we walk out of here, they flee.
No, you can't have that. Things need to drop here.
I say we go back into their den and set up a trap.
Well, That's what I had suggested, but you said that you don't think that they're going to come back knowing that their cover is blown.
They're not going to do anything here out in the open. But if we can go back to where they feed, you know, every other changeling case that I've heard of, they keep the victims alive. The ones that they change places with. And they feed off of them. All we got to do is find the 4 or whatever missing nurses.
With his research from earlier, is there anything that they are more particularly drawn to other than kids?
Well, it's not kids that they're drawn to, it's mothers that they're drawn to. They like to feed off mothers. So they usually trade places with kids so they have easy access to mothers.
Right. All right. Well, let's load up all of our flammables and head to the den. See if you can lead us there without drawing attention, I guess.
He like starts putting bottles of alcohol on on like one of those like mobile carts. And he's taking like the gauze and cotton balls and everything. Grabs a handful of those gowns.
Are there space in the cart, like if we cleared stuff out, pull stuff out to like smuggle a person or two in there?
A person or two? No, I don't think so. I'm thinking like it's one of those like small little rolly carts.
Oh, one of those little
Yeah,
basic bitch.
not like a lunch tray one or anything like that. I'm talking about just like a little like 1 tier on wheels.
Just have a person laying on top of it.
Crouch down underneath it, like just got a gown draped over him. Like, all right, it's perfect. Making like a Balivard fucking stealth roll.
All right. Well, they didn't go too far from the location. Like,
No, we're like
Anywhere.
right outside of it.
yeah. Okay. All right. I'll go first and kind of keep watch through the door. If everything looks fine, then follow. With that, he cracks open the door and looks out.
Yeah, you just see like the moving along of, you see the moving along of all of the nurses and everything. A little bit further down, that's where you were asking them where all the commotion happened, and they pointed you this way. You see them there, but it's like a hallway. There's like a bathroom across from where you are. There's a little bit of a hallway that branches off into like the main part of the hospital, and then to your right is that short little hallway that tees off where there's pediatrics and then the ward that's under construction. That's pretty much where you're at right now. You don't see anybody out there looking for you or anything like that.
Okay. And he will go ahead and open the door and walk out like he's supposed to be here, like making no sudden movements or anything. Just acting like he is not out of place.
All right. Yeah. So where are you going to? Back to the construction area?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Is there any particular order you guys are moving in?
Gates will, like, once they start heading back that way, Gates will take the lead.
All right. Then Miller's gonna look at Emily and go ahead, I'll be right behind you. And he takes the cart and he follows. As you guys make it back into the construction area, you see a figure standing at the very end of the hallway. Just the silhouette, the secluded. You can make out a rim light around them as the fire alarm flashes red behind them. And as you walk in, Padre, you hear a voice say, "Well, this is not how I wanted the day to go. But I welcome you to my home, regardless."
Oh. Thank you. This is what you consider your home, huh?
This is what we've been forced into. Your kind has seen it that we have no other option.
How so?
You hunt us indiscriminately.
Well, when we hear that people are dying and you seem to be directly connected to it, and how do you feel when one of yours are killed?
The way I feel right now. We kill out of self-defense. Those people, they found out the truth. And if we didn't act, then they'd have just called more hunters here, and this would have been happening even sooner. But I guess this outcome was inevitable. It always is.
So they found the truth, you assumed what would happen, and you killed them, and you call that self-defense.
It wasn't an assumption. I've been around for hundreds of years. I know how humans react to these things. Call it what you will, but it was an educated guess at the very least.
So you continue your feedings until you basically bring hunters and draw their attention here, and then you act as though a species trying to protect itself from you is wrong?
At this point, I don't look at situations in right or wrong. It's not for me to decide. We came here because we could feed without killing. We had plenty of food to choose from in these walls. And we were here for over a month feeding with no one the wiser. Until the dean's wife stumbled upon what we were doing. We were taking turns on the coma patients. They were a sustainable food. No one was dying. No one was being hurt from this.
So what changed?
Well, the dean's wife. She stumbled upon our youngest feeding. And she threatened to call the cops. So we had to silence her.
And the other three?
Same thing. Once she started making noise, then everyone else started to get paranoid of it all. And then they started to notice the differences. We can mirror the appearance, but we lack the intricacies to mimic human behavior, their quirks, the things that make them unique. And you humans have been conditioned throughout the years to be able to pick up on those slight changes. So we did what we thought was necessary to quell the commotion, but evidently even in a small town, a few bodies makes the paper.
Honestly, you should have picked a better area. Place with bigger population, one with more crime where police don't investigate very much. You would have gotten away with it a lot longer.
Bigger cities have more hunters.
That's true. Still more of a chance for you to get away with it. But that's neither here nor there. You're not going to stop, and we can't let you continue.
Again, it was inevitable. But just know that if we must, we will defend our bloodline to the death. You have the option right now of leaving.
Sorry, but my faith would not allow that. People are dying. And if they weren't dying, we wouldn't be here right now.
People are dying all over.
But one's murder. You can call it feeding or whatever, however you want to address it to make yourself feel better about it.
I don't
I
need
get
to
it.
justify
Survival is
it to feel
survival.
better. This is your view versus my view. These are humans being killed, so the humans have problems with it. But when the humans kill us, it's not a big deal. When the humans slaughter cattle for food, it's not a big deal. It's all a matter of perspective.
Correct. And how many tears did you shed for those that you killed? Like you
The same
said,
amount that you
perspective.
shed for mine.
Well, from where I'm standing, these people that you killed did nothing to you.
If
You drew first blood.
Again, that's all perspective. If you were in an area that you knew that one whisper of your identity would lead to your death, would you fight to silence those that could speak it?
Lady, you are in Montana talking to someone who looks like me. You're not getting any sympathy with that perspective. So again, you can pretty it up the way you want, but murder is murder. I am sorry that your people were killed by whatever means. That has nothing to do with the people here.
Murder's murder, so you must kill me. Irony.
Well,
And as she says that, she just turns and she walks to the left out of your view.
he is kind of looking back to see if the rest are here yet.
I assume that depending on how far you made it in, they're either right behind you or they're standing in the hallway listening to this encounter.
Right there, next to him.
Well, obviously she's very smug because she's prepared for this. He starts pulling alcohol and stuff off of the cart, and he's like kind of like tucking it away underneath his shirt and everything, wherever he can store something. But we need to do this. We need to do it now.
All right, let's go.
Gates just starts walking over there.
You know the drill. If things start going south, you get out of here. Got it?
Mute?
What?
Did you say something?
No.
Okay. I'm about to say you're on mute?
No. No. Trying to make the brain do the words thing.
He's gonna pull out his flask that you know has holy water in it. He's gonna splash a little bit on his hand. He's gonna make like a little cross on your forehead, say some words in some sort of Latin prayer, then like press his forehead to yours. God be with us. Then he turns around and starts following Gates into the room.
We will follow him into the room.
Miller walks in after you guys and closes the door.
What do we see?
If you guys have no lights on, you see darkness. You see a pulsating red light at the end of the hall. It's eerily quiet in there right now. So quiet, in fact, that you can hear the clicking of the light on the fire alarm at the end of the hallway turning on.
And he's going to take some steps forward. Could have did this the easy way.
What's your guys' marching order right now?
Gates in front.
Gates, Padre, Emily, Miller.
Sounds good.
Okay. So Gates, you're walking through. Like I said, it's a long hall. Well, not too long. It's probably about a 25-foot hall or something like that. Actually, it's probably longer than that because there's a few rooms on either side. And it's completely empty. Same thing as before. What are you doing?
Turning on the flashlight on the phone again, putting it in the pocket so it's like sticking out forward. And he's gonna start making his way down the hall until we hear something.
Okay, give me a notice roll. All right, you
Hey,
hear.
look at
You hear soft movement coming from the end of the hallway. In front of you. You can't make determination of where it's coming from. It almost sounds like it's coming from your right, and then it sounds like it's coming from your left, but you can't really tell.
Gonna point the light towards the ceiling as he's moving. Nothing. Same thing, slowly making his way forward.
Okay. You hear the sound of like feet sliding in dust. And then you hear that same sound again coming from like behind you. And you hear a voice say, "This is doing it the easy way." And then you hear the same voice coming from in front of you. "We will eat well tonight." Padre. So you heard this voice come from one end, come from behind you, and then in front of you. The same voice.
Hmm. Then eat up. And he's pulls out his cross and then he like gets into a fighting stance and starts walking up looking for any silhouette of anything he can see.
Sure. Give me a notice roll. Nope. Don't see nothing in the hallway. Emily, what are you doing?
She will have pulled out her phone to use flashlight too and help look around for things, see where they're at.
Okay. Give me a notice roll. As you guys are all walking down the hallway, when you walk past one of the rooms, you hear like a slight crunching, like feet, like in dirt or in like drywall dust, coming from the room to your right. And then you hear the sound of her voice coming from the front, coming from behind you even further, and then from back up in the front of the room again.
She will tap Padre on the shoulder and gesture towards the room that she heard the steps in.
All right. And Miller takes some of the gauze, douses it with alcohol, and lights it. So behind you, Emily, there is a light source of a torch. And then you hear a voice say, "Now, my children." Add 2 to this number. 8 versus a 5. You see from one of the rooms, someone darts across, tackles Miller, and knocks him into the room across the hall. Add 2 to this. 10. Emily, go ahead and give me an athletics roll. All right. Someone sprints out from the room that you were just pointing at, tackles Emily and knocks her into the hall on the opposite side. So Miller got knocked on this side, she got knocked on this side. Padre, if you want to, you can make a fighting roll, as you were made aware that someone was there, and they are running out of your melee range.
Sure.
All right. So she points in that direction, and like as soon as she turns, she gets hit, and like you barely have a chance to react. You like reach to grab her, but she's already like taken into the darkness of the room across the way. Add 2 to this. 9. Gates, what is your toughness? I'm sorry, what is your parry?
6.
Okay. You see, as you're looking forward, this being just appear in front of you. And it's one person that you haven't seen since you've been here. And as they do, they swipe at you, and you see these claws on their hand. Add 2 to this. 11. What's your toughness?
7.
That's exactly 4 over. That is 1 wound. As it hits you in the chest, just narrowly missing your throat. And then it's gone.
Can I use my first strike?
You sure can, yes. Before you do, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it as a grapple.
Okay. Add 2 to this. 9.
Fuck.
So it appears, it hits you, and it's gone again. All right, we're back up at the top now. Gates, it's your turn.
Fuck.
Allie, what you doing?
I'm gonna start making my way to where Emily got tackled,
Okay.
but I'm not gonna step out of Padre's melee range.
Okay. So yeah, you run over to what the door that is still like kind of swinging open from the force of them being pushed through it, and it's just blackness inside that room.
If I like angle my body so I'm looking that way and the light's shining in there,
you'd be able to see the silhouette of Emily pinned down on the ground, and a nurse with her hands like on her shoulder, pinning her down, like hovering over her. Give me a notice roll. And you see her mouth has like those teeth that are out, and she is like leaning in towards biting Emily.
okay, let's try to get this thing off of her.
It's
So-
inside the room. You'd have to actually go in to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to have 2. So first attack is gonna be grapple. And let's see where it goes from there.
Sure. Oh, that's a good one. Add 2 to this. All right. So yeah, that's a successful grapple. So you,
Okay. Pulling it back out towards Padre. I think I can move with it at half or something. I'm not
you can
sure.
move with half, but I'm trying to think of how much movement you would have already had to get back
Yeah.
to where you were to get over there. So I'd say you could lift her off, but you can't really pull out into the hallway with it.
Okay. And let's throw a fucking gut punch just for the fuck of it, because I can.
Sure.
Because fuck you, that's why.
All right.
Go ahead and do your fight roll. That does not. Well, actually, if they're restrained, does that do anything? Or grappled, rather? No, not towards that. Okay, so yeah, so you grab the nurse off of her and like are pulling her backwards. Padre.
He wants to actually start pulling the like taking the bottles of alcohol and different chemicals that Miller had on the tray that he had tucked away in his pants. He wants to start taking the cap off of them.
Okay.
Is that a full action or what?
What are you doing?
He's just basically just trying to expose them so that they're open already.
Nah, I'll say that's a free action.
Okay. And I'm guessing he's going to immediately look at what happened with Emily, and I guess he can see Gates just pulling that thing off of her.
Yeah, you could kind of make out like from the light he has in his pocket, like silhouettes and shadows that are kind of moving around in the room. There's definitely a tussle going on inside there.
Okay. He is going to, since that was a free action, he wants to walk over to the one that Gates is holding, take one of the bottles, and just douse her, like just right in the face.
That's definitely not a free action. That would be a full action.
Well, that part, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do 2 parts to it. You're gonna douse and then try to light the spark with his empty Zippo.
All right, do a multi-action. Are you trying to spray her? Or are you just
It's
walking
not really,
over and dumping it?
yeah, just kind of like, doing a few quick shakes to either splash it.
All right, give me a shooting roll, because you have to avoid getting this on Gates. Because he is actively, like, wrestling with her off of it, so...
Yeah. Okay, so shooting. Oh, actually, I'm not bad at that.
Okay. So you douse her with it, but you get some on Gates as well.
Be fine. Yeah, he's gonna Gates, get clear, and then he's just gonna go for the light. What do I roll for that?
How much of the alcohol would you say you squirted on them? Like
I mean,
half a bottle, whole bottle, just a little bit?
I'm picturing like standard plastic, like rubbing alcohol container. It's just kind of like squeeze,
Okay. Go ahead and give me, if you say it's just a single squeeze, 1d6. If you are emptying a good quantity of it, I'd say 2d6.
Well, I don't know how much time does he have within that action to do that. So, I mean, I guess that's up to you because he wants to make sure there's enough covering this so that it will light up.
Okay, give me 2d6 then, but that's going on both Gates and...
All right.
give me another d6.
Well, Gates has a chance to put it out before it does too much damage. These fucking things should just poof, hopefully.
So... 14 damage. What's your toughness, Gates?
7.
Okay, so 14 would be 11, so it'd be a wound. So that would be a wound. So Gates, you get a wound and you are on fire, which means that you will have to put that out next turn, or at the end of your next turn, you take more fire damage. So he lights it, and this thing that you're holding just turns to ash. You feel like the ash rolling off your skin as you realize that you too are on fire.
Sorry, Sid.
Hey, that's what I built him for. It's fine.
It's fine.
Emily, Gates just pulled this thing off of you as Padre doused it with alcohol and lit it and Gates on fire.
To put out the fire on Gates?
You can do that, yeah. Yeah.
Smack, smack.
Go ahead and give me an athletics roll.
I tried. I just slapped you.
Stop.
You're trying to pat out the flames, but he's kind of like frantically moving to do it, and like every time you pat out an area, he moves a little bit, which refans it and just reignites it. Oh, that landed on a 1, but it didn't land on here, so it doesn't count.
Ooh.
All right. Add 2 to this. All right. And Padre, from behind you, you hear this crunching sound like someone is standing in dirt. Add 2 to this. Oh.
Oh.
7. Does 7 hit your parry?
Yes.
Add 2 to this. What is it doing? What is it doing? Are you guys seeing that?
Oh. Yeah.
It was like wobbling, like.
I didn't see it wobbling. I just saw it sit there.
Well, if you like on mine, it looked like it was like barely like moving, like it was still on 11 that whole time. 13. Padre, what is your toughness?
4.
Okay, so that'll be a wound.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1 shy of being 2 wounds.
Okay.
So you feel this burn across your back, and then all of a sudden you turn around and there's nothing there. Gates, you on fire, bruh. What you gonna do with your turn? You ain't gotta put it out if you don't want to. You can go roll around fucking bear hugging.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I tackle them right now.
Yeah, you can do that.
Campbell watching.
There's unfortunately nobody for you to tackle in this room, though.
Yeah, I'll put it out. If I fail at putting it out, then I'm a weapon now, though.
True. Give me an athletics roll. If you want, you can use your whole turn to basically like just stop, drop, and roll and put it out.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's literally your whole turn though. Movement and all.
Takes off his shirt, wipes what he does out of his face, throws it off.
All right. Padre.
Felix.
He's a himbo. That's what they do.
Yep.
I am on fire. I'm not gonna leave the burning substance on me.
I didn't say it wasn't a valid thing to do. I'm just saying there's a correlation here. I'm sensing a pattern.
All right, Padre. What do you do?
So another wound means he's bleeding out, unconscious, and dying and shit, or
4 wounds
Another
is.
2.
okay.
3 wounds just means that you're on death's door.
Can I vigor to see if I'm still shaken?
Sure.
I am.
Is he still on fire?
No, he put himself out. He dropped to the ground, stopped, dropped, and rolled like his mama taught him when he was 8.
All right. And there's nothing else. He's going to. Check on Miller, see what his situation is.
You open the door to see Miller being pinned down and one of these things sucking on his neck.
Hey, good. He's not
Need
paying
some privacy.
attention and a bit distracted. Gonna go over, pour, and try to spark.
Okay, same thing. He's on top of Miller, so give me a shoot roll. With this one, I'll say that it's not nearly as tumultuous as with Gates. So as long as you don't crit fail, you won't catch him on fire. But if you crit fail, I'm rolling it like you hit with a raise.
Okay. All right. So shoot roll first.
Yep.
With 2 wounds. This will be fine, right? Not a crit.
So you're good. It's not a crit fail. So yeah. So you squirt it all over this thing's back, and it looks
Okay.
up to you right when you do it, and you see that like it's got like its mouth is like stretched out like a suction cone, and you see all its teeth like undulating individually,
No.
and it just.
Yeah, going to go for the spark.
Yep. So you light it up, and as you do it, unfortunately, Miller is unconscious.
Okay. But yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Emily.
Well, Emily is going to take this knife that she's got, wrap it in gauze, soak the gauze in alcohol, and light that bitch on fire.
I like it. I like it. I like it so much, in fact, that if you roll damage, you can do it with a +2.
Oh yeah.
And the suave one with a party of 8. What's going on, guys? Welcome to our super late night session. All right. So yeah, so you light it up. Are you moving outside of that room, or are you staying in there?
I'm gonna move outside the room.
All right. So as you walk out into the hall, it's completely empty, but you hear the voice kind of echo out saying, "You will make a perfect addition." And you hear the voice kind of echo all around you. What?
I said I don't like that.
Oh, okay.
Can she see the room that Miller was in?
Yes.
Can she see Padre in there?
Yes. You can see his back.
Like, looks like they're good.
He looks like he's standing.
Oh, he's fine.
Sometimes
He's
that's the
upright.
most that you can ask for,
I mean,
Oh,
exactly.
I was struggling to do that. So he's doing good.
So yeah, Emily's gonna move the other direction, walk out the room, and then go
Left
yeah.
towards like the fire alarm and the exit. Hey, for no reason in particular, Emily, go ahead and give me a athletics roll. And add 2 to this number right here. 13.
Fuck.
Okay. So as you're walking, you feel something behind you, and you hear a before you feel an arm wrap around your waist, and then all of a sudden you feel this jolt for a second, and you are no longer in the hallway, you are in a different room. All right, Gates.
What the fuck? I don't like this.
All right, gonna go out to the middle of the hallway. Defense.
Give me a notice roll. Okay.
Defending while he goes out, and still moving towards the exit sign.
Okay. Yeah, so you like walk out in the hallway and you don't see Emily anymore. Padre. This thing burned up. Miller is laying unconscious on the floor in there.
He checks for a quick pulse.
He's alive.
Okay. He's gonna turn around and start heading out. He's immediately looking for Emily.
You don't see Emily. You see Gates standing in the hallway, and he's kind of like standing there defensively and like looking towards the end of the hall.
He's limping, holding his side. Emily! And he's just calling out to her as he's just kind of walking around looking for her.
Okay. Emily, you hear Padre's voice, but it sounds like it's like on the other side of a wall, like in a different room. And this thing is holding you basically from behind. It has its arm wrapped around your waist, and it's standing behind you. You're grappled right now, but you are free to do what you want to do. You just can't move.
I move my arm that has the flaming knife in it.
Yeah.
I'll try to stab.
How are you going to do this? Are you just going to like stab backwards?
Maybe I'll just try to stab for where I feel the arms around me, because as long as I make contact with the fucker. I'm gonna stab myself, though. It's fine. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
You don't gotta do a stabbing motion. You can do like a slicing motion up the arm that's holding you.
Okay.
No, she's plunging that blade.
Listen, I just got yeeted across who knows where. So I'm
happens.
just gonna kind of like.
All right. Give me a fighting roll.
Yeah. Cool.
I don't know anything about that.
Right. Oh, that was almost a 6. Oh shit.
Hey.
Not enough for a raise, but still a hit. Go ahead and roll damage +2.
That's
It's a
just my
D6 and a D4 for the knife that I gave you.
7 is enough to hit. So you cut its arm and it lets out this squeal. And it lets go of you, but you still feel it behind you.
don't like that. Okay. Well, she's going to yell, just like, I'm over here, just really loud to
Okay.
let them know that, well, she's alive still, so that's cool.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Well, it's better than I had hoped for when this turn started.
Don't worry.
So
Now it's
I
turn.
know there's still time.
Give
Yeah,
me
this
add
is
2 to
cool.
this. Ooh, a 5. I got pennies
Ooh.
left.
No.
Add 2 to this.
Perfect.
An 8 we'll go with. What's your parry? A what? Huh?
4.
A 4? Okay. So that's the hit. Add 2 to this. It slams you against the wall, like face first into the wall, and you feel this piercing feeling right on the base of your neck, right into your spine.
Nope.
What is your toughness?
6.
All right, so that's enough for a wound. You are shaken and you have a wound. Gates, your turn. You hear Emily call out, she's over here, followed by a shriek.
Okay.
And it sounds like it's like off in the distance.
All I'm doing is moving towards her.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear struggling. By the time you make it to like the end of the hallway, you can hear like the sound of struggling like on the other side of the wall. There's no door or anything that you see, but on the other side of the wall is where you hear the struggling.
That's all I could do.
Okay. Padre.
Running full speed where Gates is running.
Okay. Yeah, so as you get there, you hear kind of muffled struggling on the other side of the wall. There's no doors or anything that you see, but there is a wall there in front of you, and you can hear Emily struggling on the other side of it.
Is this drywall?
It is.
Oh, good. We got a chat with us. We're good. I'm guessing we can't go through it this turn, right?
Yeah, you have an action still.
Oh,
You could try to go through it.
all right. Yeah. I mean,
So if you don't give me any suggestions, it's just gonna be an athletics roll. Unless you got
he's
suggestions.
just gonna put his shoulder and his weight behind it. To try to. Better yet, no. He's coming up behind Gates. He's like, he's just gonna yell, "We're going through!" And he's running to push Gates, hoping that he gets the message. We're going through, and technically trying to assist Gates in getting through.
Okay, give me an athletics roll. That sounds good to me.
Okay.
I like it.
Either that, it's gonna be
Or, he just goes through and that's how Emily dies. Crushed.
Emily, you are pinned against a wall. You have a creature sucking the fluid out of the joints of your spine.
That's enough description things.
It's your turn.
So I'm shaken, so I can.
Oh yeah, sorry. Roll a bigger roll.
I'm shaken,
You're
so
shaken.
I'm here.
So all you could do is like try to run, but then they get an attack of opportunity. You could try to do a defensive. Oh, you can't even do defense. Yeah, you could try to run. You could try to reason with it. You could try to.
There's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna sit here and die.
That's an option too. It's not one I would do, but that's an option.
Well, I can't see anything, so I don't even know if I'm like by a corner or something. So I try to run from this thing, and I'm just gonna fucking face first into another fucking wall.
It's
I'm just
possible.
gonna yell again. Just gonna yell for them.
Okay. You do that. You yell for them. All right. Add 2 to this number.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that's a hit with a raise. So add 2 to this number. And then I also get another D12 because of the raise.
Oh.
That's how that works, right? It's the same die you roll, or is it the wild die?
I think it's a wild die. All of my dice are D6s, so I can't even test it. It would just be a D6.
That's what I'm trying to look at here, 'cause that's the same thing I'm looking at. Actually, hold on. I have that in my cheat sheet. Let me see here. With a raise. I'll just roll a D6 just to be sure. All right, 4. 4 is not enough to do anything. So you luck out. It's still sucking the fluid between the joints of your spine. Gates, you're still shaking.
I'm a bang on the wall and just like yell out. Why go for her when I'm twice her size? You could get so much more from me.
If you want to use your movement and your action, I can say that Padre plowing into you into the wall is enough to knock you through, but you risk taking a wound.
That's fine.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me 1d10 plus. Or wait. What is it? What is fall damage? 1d8 plus 8. Roll me 1d6 plus 1. So 3. That's
Little
not
plus
enough to
1.
go through your, not enough to go through your toughness. So you're like, why take her on twice her size? And then you feel Padre running up and hitting you, and then you both fall through the wall, and he lands on top of you. All right, Padre, your turn.
He's like looking around this to get to see the situation. Is this thing just on her still?
It's really hard to make out. It's pitch black in here, and there's now dust in the air from the drywall. But you see a silhouette of the figure you were talking to, and you hear the sounds of Emily, like, kind of groaning from that same direction, but you can't really make anything out.
Then he is going to charge in that area, and as soon as he sees this thing, he wants to try to grab it.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll. Hey, that's a good roll for you. Oh, damn.
Oh,
Damn. This is going to be so bad if I roll something high on this. Add 2 to this number. Hey. All right.
So
You succeed with a raise.
So here's what I want to do.
Sure.
So he's got the last of his alcohol still like tucked in his pants.
Uh-huh.
So when he grabs this thing, he's basically pressing into it
Okay.
and squeezing it where it's coming out like all over him and this thing.
Okay.
And he wants to light it.
Okay. For doing it with a multi-action, we got to take 2 away from that 11. That makes it a 9, which is still a raise. Yeah, go ahead and do that, but you got to roll 2d6 damage for both of you. So you just got to roll it one time, but you both take it.
All right.
Six. What is your toughness?
4.
Okay, and ironically that both of you get hit by this, but it's not enough to cause a wound for either one of you. Well, actually, wait, no, neither one of you are shaken though. Neither one of you are shaken. So, you're both now shaken, and you're both now on fire.
Okay.
Okay. Emily.
Amen. Go.
Emily, you feel like the needle like maw pulling off of the back of your neck, and then you see this burst of orange light up this room, and by the time you turn around, you see Padre holding this thing and both of them on fire.
Am I still shaken?
You are. Go ahead and roll a vigor die.
Yes.
Go ahead and remove that shaken.
Okay.
What you gonna do?
My knife's still on fire.
Not probable, but yeah, let's say it is.
Now I stab this thing.
Stab away. Go ahead and give me a fighting roll.
Don't stab this thing.
Did you use all your pennies?
I think we're all out of pennies.
I've been.
Yeah, I've been out for the past like 2 hours.
Did everybody play an adventure card already?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you go to stab, but you're like hesitant because of like the way that they're like both wriggling around. You don't want to accidentally stab Padre. All right, it is this thing's turn. It is no longer shaken. It is going to attempt to break the hold.
Yes.
It cannot break the hold. Let's see if that was a crit fail. It was not a crit fail, so it was a 5, 6, 7. It's a 7, so it could break the hold. And now it has to attempt to put itself out with an athletics roll, which is going to be its action. Add 2 to this. Ooh, just barely a success. It manages to put itself out, and it turns around and it is looking at you, Padre, still on fire.
How did it put his back?
It put itself backwards against the drywall.
All right.
Rubbing it.
His name prone then. That's
No, he's not prone. He's not prone. Or she. It's not prone. But it is not on fire either. But that is its turn. So back at the top, Gates, vigor.
Nope.
You gonna do anything? You gonna get up, move, body block?
Yeah, he's gonna go to this thing like he's gonna do something, then not.
Okay. Padre, I need you to give me a vigor roll.
Actually, Emily and Padre are both on the sides of this thing, so he's gonna go on the other side to start the gang up bonus stuff. Stop! Damn!
John, you are decisively no longer stunned. You can use this action to put yourself out if you would like to, or you could do anything else that you want to do at this time. But if you don't put yourself out, you do take more fire damage at the end of this turn.
I want to jump on this thing.
You can do that. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll.
Hey.
You're gonna try to grapple it again, or what are you trying to do?
Just trying to do enough to reignite it on fire. Like rub some of that more of that alcohol on this fucking thing.
Okay.
So
Go ahead and give me an athletics roll with a +2 for your gang up bonus.
all right. And he's gonna look down at Emily and run, kid. Remember, Padre loves you. And then he's gonna jump at this thing. Okay, at least he didn't fail.
Padre loves you. Head first.
Right for a wall.
Head first into the wall.
It's a cop. And on fire.
So that's enough to succeed. Hey, add +2, that's a 4. You actually win. So yeah, that's enough. You grab it and reignite it. But I need you to roll 2d6.
Yep.
Five is enough to leave
Shaking?
both of you shaking again.
Padre's like, I'm so fucking scared right now.
Emily, Padre tells you to run and then bear hugs this thing and lights it back on fire. What do you do?
Well, first thing I gotta do is look around the fucking room and see if I can find a way. Oh wait, there's a hole in the wall. Never mind. I know how to get out.
There is a hole in the wall. You are standing there. You're seeing the flames on your blade begin to die out. The flame begins to flicker as the remaining of the alcohol is burning off.
So do we call the hole in the wall a Gates gate? Huh?
It's a gateway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Can you assist people with like
Are you on fire?
shaking them? Like
Unshaking
helping them out with
yourself?
their
Not without an edge. Emily, what you do? You, mechanically speaking, you have a gang up bonus. So you get to roll anything that you do to it at a +2. But Padre told you to leave. Even though you got that flaming knife in your hand and a gang up bonus, what are you gonna do?
run, child. Gutting this
You
thing.
know, maybe if he wasn't laying there on fire on top of this thing.
They're just standing there, they're
I
not
thought he
laying.
lost me. Oh,
Hugging.
I thought, like, okay.
He, like, grabbed
him.
Okay, I thought it was like a tackle, and now, like, okay, so there's plenty of area to stab.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna try again.
Okay, do it with a +2 for your gang up bonus.
And it's gonna be fighting. Find that skill.
That's not enough. You gotta go against its parry, and its parry's higher than that. Why are you rolling so low on these?
I don't know.
Its parry's a 5, just to rub it in a little bit more.
You had no bennies.
What are you doing? You just get to roll.
Do I want?
All right.
I'll take this out of next session's game.
All right. So this thing is no longer shaking. It is going to roll an athletics roll. Add 2 to this roll to put itself out. It puts itself out. It can't break grapple though, so it's still grappled by you, but it's not burning presently. All right. Gates, go ahead and give me a vigor roll.
Hey,
Nope.
no.
Holding position.
Padre, give me a vigor roll.
all we can do is hug this thing and hope that it dies. Oh no!
So you can't take any actions. You can only take free actions. But if you plan on just standing there and hugging,
Standing there and hugging.
that's. Go ahead and give me 2d6 to both of you again.
If we
that's enough for 1 wound for both of you. All right,
Okay.
so this thing reignites and screeches out in pain. It is on fire. Padre is
on fire. I'm just standing there.
Padre, did you add a wound just now?
Yeah, I just did that.
I was about to say, I thought you were only at 2.
Yeah, I was at 2.
Okay. Padre, you are on fire, burning. You are feeling your skin dripping off of your muscles, and the pain is immense. Your hair is going up in flames. Emily's standing there. Emily, Padre's burning and screaming. This creature is burning and screaming. Gates is there.
Gates is present.
He's standing there looking really. He's like trying to figure out what to do, but he can't really get an in.
It's going back and forth. Like, you ain't going nowhere.
Emily, what you gonna do? Are you gonna run, or are you gonna use that +2 gang bonus in the very last flicker of flame that your knife has?
I will say that Padre would be in his screaming. He is screaming out in prayer, though. So
It's even
he's
more
actually
terrifying. He's screaming out Latin prayers while he's burning to death.
Oh god.
It's fine. He's gonna summon a demon. I'm gonna try one more time.
Add a +2 to that roll.
I did.
Surviving this is gonna be so badass.
You only did a +1, +2.
Wait,
Still
no,
wouldn't have done it.
it was +2. I have a wound -1,
Oh.
so it cancels out.
It
I
does.
can re-roll it if you'd like to show you.
Not unless you have any edges that say you could do that.
I'm just gonna show you. See, this is
Still wouldn't have been
it
enough.
wouldn't work anyway. Exactly.
Okay, here we go again.
God damn it!
Oh, this thing is still shaking. It can't put itself out.
yes.
I need another 2d6.
Yeah. Aw.
It's actually no. That's exactly what its toughness is, and it's shaken. So that's another wound. So as you're holding this thing, and you feel your arms collapse into your chest as this thing burns up.
Oh, someone save me.
In the name of Jesus,
All right, so I removed everybody shaken. Gates, Emily, you each have 1 turn to try to help Padre before we have to roll damage again. What are you gonna do?
Let's start patting this old man down.
Give me an athletics roll.
Ready for that crit fail? Oh my god, I did it. I did something,
There
guys.
you go. All right, you managed to like tackle him into the drywall dust and like smother the flame out the best that you can.
Just feel my body. It's fine. I can save you. I don't gotta shoot or anything if I can smother it.
And as you guys are like lifting him up, you hear like a sound from the back of the room of like a and as you look from the flames that are dying out from the corpse of this thing, you can see in the back corner of the room are the victims that these changelings had taken place with. and they are tied up and they look pale and exhausted. As you guys manage to get them and save the rest of the hospital from the threats that were there. I mean, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna just go ahead and end it right here. This is the perfect place to end it at. No cliffhanger, no nothing. You guys are untying them, and you hear the voice of Miller say, "Did we do it?"
Oh.
And that's when we're gonna end it at for the night. Yeah. So, this was stupid fun.
It was.
But the
See,
three of
Harry,
you lived to
he
the.
didn't die trying to save you. He's just covered in third-degree burns. That's all.
Right.
He's just covered in burns. His hair's gone. But somehow, through all of this, the collar is still pristine white. Supernatural.
And his book did not burn.
True.
Like, son of a bitch, it really is fun.
All right. Thanks everybody for hanging out. The Suave One, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate you. Dizzy, thanks for the resub and for hanging out. Megan, thank you for the resub. Fuck you for not being here. We're gonna have to do another side quest next week. I don't know what it'll be. Maybe it'll be a continuation of this, and Padre has to take it out because motherfucker has third-degree burns covering his whole body. That seems like a good reason as any to sit out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Come fight.
Yeah, why'd you sit this one out? I think you earned it.
Are you sure?
why is your breath black? That's weird. Are you breathing soot? All right. I got to end it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you all. We'll be back next week with another side quest. Maybe more of this. We'll find out. So, bye.